Good morning. Welcome to special meeting of council for the Corporation of Township of Minden Hills for Tuesday, February the 4th. Today's special meeting is held to continue the 2025 budget deliberations. This meeting is a follow-up to further discuss and make decisions on items that were presented at the November 21st, January 14th, and January 16th special meetings. Madam Clerk, please proceed with a roll call to confirm attendance.
Counselor Sisson,
Present.
Counselor Saney,
Present.
Counselor McKelvey,
Present.
Counselor Johannesson,
Present.
Counselor Ingram,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Shell,
Present.
and Mayor Carter.
Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michisagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michisagi and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. I call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please proceed with the resolution.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor McKelvey just has a request.
Sorry, Councilor McKelvey.
I would just like to add, if we might, a discussion about the Minden Skating Club. They will be celebrating their 75th anniversary this year, which I think is pretty large accomplishment. And I would like to, I don't know if you want me to throw out more on that or just that we can add this to the agenda to be addressed at some point.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we can just do an amendment to the agenda and then make that the first item after we approve the amendment.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson. Be it resolved that the February 4th, 2025 special council meeting agenda be approved as amended.
All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none. So where did you add this?
So we'll deal with this item first before we proceed into budget.
Okay. So Councilor McKelvey.
So as I mentioned, the Minden Skating Club is going to be celebrating their 75th anniversary. I would like to suggest that a $2,000 contribution be made to the organization to be able to bring in professional skaters for their carnival. We're also hoping they'll be able to do a 2-day carnival because it's the 75th anniversary. So I think that brings in a lot of people to the community. It puts Minden on the mark if they can bring in some professional skaters for this.
Councilor Saney.
I don't disagree that this isn't a good idea or not, but all of a sudden to have this on our agenda that it is a budget item when there's so many other organizations out there doing various things, I don't feel like I have the time to really assess and decide. What if it was something was on our agenda, there'd have been more of an opportunity to discuss it. And there's other organizations too that I've heard from that could use $2,000. So at this winter time. So I have trouble approving this at this time without any kind of due notice with our decisions, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilor McKelvey.
Just to follow up on that, I had suggested or I had asked if we could do with this at the last council meeting, and it was suggested to bring it here. So just so you know, and I don't disagree with you. There's lots of organizations that need money right now. I'm only suggesting we can use this almost as an economic development.
Deputy Mayor Shell.
Could you just repeat what the ask was again? I'm sorry, I heard you, but it was $2,000 for?
They are going to be bringing at least one professional skater. They're trying to get the second.
Okay, and again, I mean, like as what Councillor Saney says, it's wonderful to be able to help, but we sat here at budget time last year and decided not to give to the local food bank because it was giving to we don't give to organizations. And I'm wondering if there's something we could do in kind instead for the skating club to maybe offset so that they have the money to do that. Like, I don't know, with ice time, just some kind of an in-kind thing that maybe we could do instead of an actual.
Yeah, I don't look
Gosh.
at this as a donation to an organization like the food bank or anything. I just see it different as an economic development thing for the community, but that's fine.
Anybody else?
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, if you want, I can actually just read the resolution that we donate the $2,000 and you can just vote.
Sorry,
And-
was there? Yeah.
Yeah, and then just by the vote, we'll decide whether or not to proceed.
Okay, go
Is
ahead.
council comfortable with that? Okay, so I just have it drafted that council directs staff to donate $2,000 to the Minden Skating Club to celebrate their 25th anniversary. Oh, I'm sorry, 75th. I do have 75 here, but I need a mover and a second, please.
Counselor Johannesson, Counselor McKelvey.
Moved by Counselor Johansson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council directs staff to donate $2,000 to the Minden Skating Club to celebrate their 75th anniversary.
All those in favor? That is defeated. All right, we move to item 5. Madam CEO, you wish to speak first?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Good morning, members of council, members of the public who may be tuning in, and our staff. We're here today for our 4th meeting regarding the 2025 budget and proposed business plan. I just want to make a couple of overarching comments before we get into the business of today. Although we've worked really hard to bring you a budget and a proposed work plan, this is our starting point. These are our best estimates of our needs as we know them today. Things will change and we'll modify things throughout the year. True costs will only be known once we've tendered out our projects or sought quotes for any of the services that we need. There may be unforeseen things that come up through the year. And at every turn, we will be back to have discussion with council. We may be able to bring more work forward. We may have to defer some things. We may have to reallocate some things. So while the budget and business plan before you today, we're very proud of, we know it will change throughout the year. And we will have those discussions with you as we go. I just want to remind council of some of the work that we have planned for 2025 that will inform some longer range plans. We are scheduled to complete the requirements of asset management planning legislation. Through that, you council will set levels of service for our assets. That will inform our capital programs moving forward and inform our long-range investment plans. We have scheduled a water and wastewater rate study, which will inform, again, our long-range plans for our water and wastewater assets. We also intend to do long-range financial planning for overall for the organization. As the mayor indicated, following council's special meetings of January 14th and 16th, staff were asked to return with information on several follow-up items with related recommendations. The goal in making the recommendations to you was to keep the tax rate at a reasonable level while maintaining current service levels wherever possible. And we feel we have presented you with a fair proposal today. I want to thank staff for all of their efforts and council for your support throughout. For today, We are presenting you with follow-up items. We're looking for your direction. We anticipate that council will have deliberation, and our hope is that you will approve the 2025 budget. For the follow-up items, staff have reviewed them thoroughly, analyzed impacts and risks to arrive at the recommendations before you. We've also provided you refined 2025 proposed revenues and expenses and updated tax levy impact. The staff recommendations and budget implications are listed throughout the report, and they're summarized on pages 14 to 17 of your agenda package. The intent is for our treasurer to review each follow-up item and for council to approve or modify the recommendation. If there are changes throughout the review, staff are prepared to provide an update on the tax levy impact. As I said, council, at the end of the meeting, we're prepared, if council is satisfied, to approve the 2025 budget and water and wastewater rates. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Ms. Lonergan, who will update council on the proposed tax levy impact and walk us through the follow-up information. Thank you.
Director of Finance, you need some spotlights beyond you.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council and everyone that's attending virtually. Staff have worked really extremely hard at reviewing the operating expenses and revenues, comparing the year-to-date actuals and having adjusted them accordingly. Also reviewing capital investments to minimize debt as much as possible. That being said, I caution that the year-to-date numbers in 2024 are still being worked on with year-end entries. Therefore, 2024 surplus deficit and reserve allocations are still draft until the audit has been completed later in the year. Staff are pleased to present a budget with a reduced to 5.5982%, including growth. This includes still the 0.84% for increased OPP costs and the 1.5% levy for capital investments. Therefore, with those amounts removed, the municipal services impact is 3.2582%. On the average residential home in Minden Hills, for each $100,000, that equates to $29.89 per year, year over year, and 7 cents per day. So we will walk through the follow-up items from, and I'll put that back to the chair, that we can walk through the follow-up items from the last council meeting. And that would start on page 5 of 79 in your council packages. So the first follow-up item is the records management recommendation.
All right, go ahead.
Would the clerk read the resolution?
Does council have any questions or
Questions?
comments before proceeding with the resolution? Okay, moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council receives capital project 2501 administration records management project EDRMS as information, and that council approves the next phase to complete the transition of department files and the associated project cost of $33,000 to be funded from the administration reserves.
All those in favor? That is carried. To asset management.
Is there any comments or concerns?
Maybe it'd be worthwhile if you just
Red?
review what it is so that everybody's
Okay.
up to speed as to what they're.
So the number 2 is on page 6 of your package. So this is the asset management software update that will need to be done to make sure that we're capturing everything in our asset management plan and everything is aligned with the audited statements.
And so this is the cost of the software and installation or support or whatever it may be.
We have the software. This is training as well as the fresh upload of the data into the software.
Any other questions, Councilor McKelvey?
So, are we paying, citywide? Who are we paying for this?
This would be citywide.
Okay, so we're gonna pay them this 31.5 to upload our data.
Plus training for staff to be able to use the program.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receives capital project 2501 finance asset management software citywide as information. And that council approves the project to update software data to manage asset inventories more efficiently and meet the requirements of the new legislative asset retirement obligations, ARO, and that council directs the project costs of 31,500 be funded from finance reserves.
All those in favor? That is carried. Two-way radios.
Okay. So this is a recommendation to install 3 two-way radios into the building bylaw department vehicles.
Okay, any questions, Councilor McKelvey?
Just wondering, like, I don't disagree with this, okay? I'm just wondering how it works. Do they call in and there's a radio upstairs? Or are they calling in downstairs to the one that's there for roads? Do we need another base station? I just wanna, just a little
Oh,
more
yep.
information.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, so we have existing base stations. There's one on the main floor at the office. We've also got existing base stations with our roads department, public works, and existing base stations with fire. So if there's ever a situation, we can reach that way. There's no need for an additional base station.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council approves the fire department's purchase and installation of 3 two-way radios in the amount of $9,000 to be funded from the fire reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried. On to radio system upgrades.
Okay, so this is still on your page 6 of your package. This is to upgrade the tower in the southern portion of the township that will assist with fire calls as well. It will also be able to be used in the public works department.
Any questions, Councilor McKelvey?
Couple questions. Are we on that tower now? And do we have an agreement? Is this Trent Lake's tower? Is this, whose tower is it?
Good morning, through you, the chair, to Councilor McKelvey. No, this is actually a tower in Trent Lakes, and we will be renting the space on the tower for this repeater.
Councilor McKelvey?
Will we have an agreement with the municipality of Trent Lakes?
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
and do we know what that's gonna cost?
We don't know the exact cost as of yet, no. The estimate was between $400 and $700
A month?
a year.
Oh. Thank you.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives capital project 2501 fire radio system upgrade as information, and that council approves the radio system upgrades on the communication tower in the southern area of the township, and that council directs the associated costs of $20,166 to be funded from the fire reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried. On to asset retirement.
Okay, so this is a project that is provincially legislated, and it has to happen within our financial statements. So it's a requirement of PSAB. So this is to create an asset retirement policy and to do the works to put that information into the financial statements under the requirements and look at all the different buildings of asset retirement.
So is this a new requirement?
This was a requirement of 2023, but it's the follow-up that needed to happen to get that into our financial statements.
Okay, and what are these costs? Like with,
So this
What are we
is
paying for?
doing some engineering works to look at all the buildings, to compile that data, to be able to put it into the financial statements. And it's also the upload of that data into the citywide software specifically, so that the auditors will have that information at their fingertips.
Councilor McKelvey?
So on the reserve list, it shows us 17.2, and on here it's showing 17.5, which is, no, never mind, but who are we paying this to? Is this
So
gonna
this
be?
would be citywide.
Oh, okay, so this isn't engineers then?
No, that would be coming as a further recommendation later in the year.
So if we don't have the engineers to assess the buildings, why are we paying this out? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
It's a process that citywide does within their software, and it provides support to put this information into the software. So there might be some extra costs for engineering, but this is to get the policy.
Okay, so this says it's for the work will require an engineering review, modification of the asset management software, and the creation of a policy. So I think I'd mentioned at the one of the other meetings that if this is for engineers, it's not nearly enough to assess all our buildings, so I'm confused.
Madam
Mr.
CEO?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and Councillor McKelvey's comment was taken into consideration. I think with some of these softwares, there are algorithms and math and sort of some scientific basis built into them. So us uploading our data, then we see where there are gaps, and if there's further review needed, we would do that at that point. But this is really getting our information into a proper software system.
And then if there was requirement for more engineering, then that would come later.
That may come later. And to Councillor McKelvey's point, if and when we get this information in the system and there's more needed, there can be further discussion with council.
McKelvey?
So really then, we're paying citywide $49,000, like when you go up to the top, which was to deal with asset management, and then you come down here to deal with asset management. And both of these are citywide then, is that?
Through the chair, we own the software currently. So it's being underutilized, so we want to ensure that this is fully utilized to save costs in audit fees going forward. To make sure that our asset management plan is matching the data that we have and that we're using, so that there's no room for error in human input into a spreadsheet. So this is software that will be wholesome, that anyone from the organization of the township can use. And it will drive reporting and future budget discussions.
Counselor Sani.
Yes, I appreciate this and understanding that this is also part of the provincial new legislation. And I think it's really important that we have this documented because as we want to apply for grants, this is something that is going to save a whole lot of time in our rationale to go for those grants. And then this is where the municipalities' understanding of why we need more money for infrastructure is going to come from this report and this input. So if we have this up to date and continue on, we're in much better situation to put our case forward of why we need more infrastructure money. So I think this is really critical to have, and it will take up a lot less time for staff in terms of putting those grants together and the rationale as I see it. So it's one of those provincial legislations that I'm actually pleased to see happening. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Sani, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council receives capital project 2502 finance asset retirement obligation, ARO engineering's information, and that council approves the asset retirement obligation project and associated cost of 17,500 to be funded from the finance reserves to ensure the township is in compliance with the new asset management requirements.
All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to vehicles.
Okay, so that's on page 7 of your package. So we're looking for a vehicle in the Public Works Environmental Department.
Counselor McKelvey.
Not really specific to this, but I just want to point out that we were given a fleet plan last year to outline the 24, 25, and 26 fleet replacement plan. And a lot of the items that were in that plan for 25 are not in this budget, and one of them was a replacement for the Ford F-250 Super Duty at the landfills.
So through the chair, there will be further works done in 2025, looking at all vehicles and equipment going forward with the updates in the asset management plan to bring that back to council at a later date, once condition rating and levels of service are looked at.
Counselor Sisson.
I asked this earlier. I don't see why we need a full-size pickup for this vehicle. I think we could use a compact like the county are going to now. Mike, maybe you have a word for that. I think we could save a lot of money by going to a smaller truck.
Through the chair, different view up here. I haven't been up here yet. Through the chair, to the counselor, we have discussed that. I think we're certainly open to looking at other pickup options as long as they suit our needs. If we can have those savings, absolutely. One of the things we do want to consider is down the line as the vehicle gets handed down to field staff, we want to make sure it's capable of what those tasks may be as well. But certainly if we can find a more affordable option that meets our needs, we will certainly go in that direction.
Any other questions? Counselor McKelvey.
So Mike, last year you gave us this report where that Super Duty F-250 was in need of replacement. So has that changed now?
Through the chair, I think maybe priorities maybe have shifted slightly. I think we've put that one on the back burner, and we have prioritized this vehicle, and we will be probably, as the treasurer said, once we complete that asset management portion, we will be revisiting those priorities.
And if okay, maybe I'll wait till the other, because there was other pickups in the roads, but we can do it.
Okay, any other questions? Counselor Sani.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. I had the same question that Councillor Sisson raised about the size of the truck, the way we absolutely have to have a vehicle for the manager of these sites. It's not the question. The question is the type and the kind, and I appreciate that staff will be looking at that. We're passing the budget now. If there's savings somewhere, I suspect that you will be happy to find it, because we should certainly need more for other areas. But I would support this, but fully. And once again, what is the right size for it? But staff have looked into that background, I trust, so. But it was the same question I had. Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey.
The cost is a concern because of the potential tariffs that are going to be coming. I don't know if that's even been thought about, like if the whole, the whole cost of these vehicles in 30 days is probably going to go up at least 25% or more if Mr. Trump gets madder.
Through the chair, all of those factors are looked at and the tariffs have been halted for 30 days. So, these are estimates of what they'll cost. On the paper, it says 65,000, but as the director of public works said, we're gonna look at every avenue to save money if we can.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I have to confess, that's why I bought my truck already. And that's why I'm hoping that we're going to pass this budget, because right now, if we don't pass this budget today, we're going to probably end up with paying a lot more for not just trucks, but lots of other items and in construction and other items. So I think this is reasonable, and we got to move quickly if we're going to try to avoid the international politics, I think, on this. And I know I did that personally as well. Thank you.
I think I've been assured by the Director of Public Works that all our gravel is Canadian made. So, Councillor Ingram.
Through the chair, I agree with the smaller vehicle thing and all that. We talked earlier, you suggested that it doesn't have to be red and this sort of thing. Perhaps there's something we can just buy on the lot, you know, and slap a sticker on the side of it. That may lower the price significantly and delivery would be almost immediate. So that's where I'd like to see it head personally.
I think we're all in agreement with that they don't have to be red, except for the fire truck. Keep the fire trucks red. Councillor McKelvey.
And that's a good idea, except we need to waive our policy for procurement here to allow them to do that. And I would like us to look at a used one. So, but a good used one. I'm not saying go buy a junker. But we would have to waive our like right now, they have to tender this. It'll be way past 30 days to do that. So.
Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I think we hear loud and clear. It would always be staff's intention to find the most cost-effective means. I think right now, we're asking for approval of the purchase and the budget impact. I mean, in terms of procurement, Councillor McKelvey may be correct, and we may need to deal with that subsequently.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Johansson, seconded by Councillor Saini, that council receives capital project 2501 Public Works Environmental Pickup Truck as information, and that council approves the purchase of a pickup truck for environmental services in the amount of 65,000 to be funded from road reserves.
All those in favor? That is carried. Sorry, Councillor Ingram.
Through the chair, just for clarification, is that, I read in there it was coming out of roads reserves. Why is it coming out of roads? I was just kind of curious on that. Should that not come out of environmental?
So through the chair, environmental services is under the portfolio of public works. And that reserve has more room in it to use and be better value.
Moving on. You have another vehicle?
So here we have, the excavator replacement procurement. So, hang on, sorry, am I in the wrong spot? Sorry.
Sorry, take back the mic. Okay, so we're looking at the vehicle in Community Services Department. Um. I'll ask if there's any questions.
This is just a replacement vehicle?
This is a replacement vehicle because we've surplus the previous vehicle.
Councilor McKelvey?
Yeah, I'll go back to this fleet plan when we were told the 2015 and the 2016 were in very poor condition. So, and I think there was, sorry, it was a 2013. Is the 13 one we already surplus?
Yes.
Okay. I know on that note, we still haven't advertised these for sale.
Through the chair, we're in works with Gov Deals to put those to auction, and the pictures will be taken on February 14th to go on auction all at once.
So we had in this report, 3 very poor vehicles, and I believe we're just replacing the 2013 one in this budget, and I don't know what happened to the other 2 that were in poor condition last year.
Through the chair, that's correct. We're just looking at the one vehicle today. Again, we'll be looking at things through our asset management plan and our fleet review.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council receives capital project CSD 01 replacement vehicles information, and that council approves the purchase of a pickup truck for community services in the amount of $65,000 to be funded from Parks Reserve.
Those in favor? That is carried. Mr. Timmons, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Okay, so, we put together a separate report for this excavator just to clarify some information and bring some more details to council. I'm not going to go through the entirety of the report. I just wanted to hit on a few main topics. So, as for starting with the ditching program, a typical ditching crew is about 5 to 6 workers plus a supervisor, depending on how many trucks we have on it. So that would be the excavator operator, 2 flaggers generally for traffic control, and 2 to 3 trucks, depending on where and how far we need to haul and how much material we're handling. So in this case, there would be no need to hire an additional worker to run this excavator. We have a number of qualified staff who can do that. So that portion of the wages would already be captured in a separate part of the budget. Last year in 2024, we did approximately 10 kilometers of ditching. The goal will be to double that in 2025 if we had the more consistent equipment. We do run into issues. Obviously, last year we had a budget number of $50,000, so that's what we did. But you also have issues. It's not very consistent. The contractor has other obligations of their own, so they may come and go and sort of be there as they're available rather than when we would like them to be and when we need them. In terms of the road resurfacing and how this equipment would support that, the ditching, of course, is a major part of it, but also our culvert replacements and all the things that go into prepping for our road resurfacing. And then all this work helps to lengthen the life of the roads, proper maintenance, proper drainage. As we all know, getting those berms off the road, all the stuff that generally requires an excavator makes that stuff a lot easier for us to do. I did want to touch briefly on the difference between an excavator and a backhoe. I know sometimes I go back and forth between the two, and I am sometimes not clear. So a backhoe is a versatile piece of equipment. It's got a big bucket on the front and a digging bucket on the back. But and it's got rubber tires, so in a way it's mobile, it can move around. But it doesn't have a swing radius, the same as an excavator. An excavator is the one that swings completely around 360 degrees. That allows you to set up in a way that you can take up one lane of traffic. Moving the excavator is much easier because you can set up perpendicular to your ditch, swing in either direction, 360 to load your truck. A backhoe simply doesn't have that capability. A backhoe really only has maybe 45 degrees either way. And if I'm facing a ditch this way, I can only swing this far. My truck's over here. So it doesn't become super effective. It works with some of the culverts if you can sit on top of it and dig along it. But again, you have issues loading your equipment. So what ends up happening is constant moving and resetting your equipment in order to accomplish the task. So it becomes incredibly inefficient for that type of work. As asset management, I already kind of touched on this a little bit, the ditching, culvert replacements, all these things that we're trying to improve and get ahead on. Right now, we go out the year of, essentially, do the repairs, do what we have to do. Ideally, we could be a year ahead, 2 years ahead in this process, so that when it comes time for the roads, we don't have such a scramble to get them done, where you could have it, first of all, like any contractor, you could get the call and say, we're coming next week. And if we didn't have that planned and we weren't at that stage, we scramble for that. So we're just trying to stay ahead, get ahead so that we know, or say, you know, we come to budget time and we want to add a road, council decides to add a road. Well, that road might be ready to go. It doesn't require the work that year to put onto our work plan. So that's what we're trying to get to. That's the goal of this this program. In terms of lifespan of the equipment, the Volvo was a 2006, and when we finally retired it at 85, over 8,500 hours, which is right in the range you expect 7,000 to 10,000 hours for a piece of equipment. So that gives it, if we cut that off at 2023, where it realistically stopped working for us, we got about 17 years out of that piece of equipment. We would expect similar. We would hope to put a few more hours on it, so it might be reduced to 15 or 16 years. But the idea is it would be a workhorse for us. It would work hard every year, and I think we would be able to show the benefits of this piece of equipment and our ability to do the work if we have the tools available to us for that. Those are some comments, just skimming through my report. If there's anything else, I'm happy to speak to that.
Any questions? Councillor Samey?
Yes, this is a lot of money, but I support it with the cost analysis that's been done and the ability to, you know, repair our roads in a timely manner and preserve them. I also have to say that I had the opportunity to do a 3D driving of a excavator, and it's amazing and a big difference from a backhoe. So having firsthand experience 3D, mind you, and goggles, it is an amazing little operation. And I think it's going to be much more efficient for our staff and to make sure the saving in our roads in the long run to do this kind of ditching in a timely manner. I think as you pointed out, your cost analysis showed this is the best way to go. So I support this, even though it's a great deal of money. I think we need to be able to respond and to do this quickly. Thank you.
Councillor Sisson?
I don't support this. What do you do in the wintertime with this vehicle, Mike? It sits for 6 months, 8 months of the year. The other thing we talked about a week ago was the repairs. We all know what repairs cost, and you might get 2 good years after that. Like the one at the landfill is, we just spent like 50 grand on it, and it's only what, 5 years old. So you got to think about that. And I can't see, for what you're paying to rent one is far cheaper than buying one.
Councillor McKelvey?
We put $50,000 in the budget to hire a grade all last year. I get that if you had it here, it might be a little more used, but I just don't know that we have enough staff here to do much more ditching. Like if you take that many staff 6 workers plus a supervisor and put them out on the road doing all the stitching, which would be great. Who's filling the potholes? Like who's doing the other stuff that really needs to be done too? And I'm 100% in favor of you wanting to get ahead of the surface treatment, because that is what we should be doing. I didn't realize we weren't actually. So, but this is a lot of money. When you take $440,000, just the depreciation every year on it is going to be $30,000 to $40,000. And then you put your repairs on that and your fuel, like the 50,000 to rent it. I'd rather I'd rather increase it. That's how I feel. Sorry. I don't think it's going to be as valuable as a tandem truck will be. And that's what we need to look at is when's our tandems going to be replaced?
Councillor Singh?
I'll just speak in favor it one more time. I'd rather have our staff out there making sure we don't have potholes and getting the calls and having more potholes. And I think this is a way, if we have the equipment in place, that we're going to be on an ongoing basis maintaining our roads and not just calling one in when we need it. And I think that's important that we be able to react quickly to that. So in terms of the cost analysis, yes, it's a lot of money, but I think what we're going to do is we're to see the savings. We have the staff that can operate it. So why aren't we taking full advantage of their skills as well? So I would support this for the ongoing maintenance of our road, which we wouldn't have otherwise. And we also have to realize that we're in a situation where we never know what the climate's going to bring to us. And if we have a bad washout or some rain events or whatever, everybody's going to want to be hiring that one person who's going to be running backhoes through all sorts of municipalities. If we're self-sufficient on this, first of all, we saved our money by not having to hire out that 50,000 a year. We are able to respond quickly when we have a washout, like we saw on Deep Bay Road. That was incredible. And that was just one beaver dam breaking. So we have a lot of issues here, particularly in our rural areas, that I think would really benefit from being able to act quickly. And we would get a lot less calls regarding the potholes and roads, and we can maintain them much better. So I really appreciate the way that we're moving on upgrading our roads at this point, and I accept this recommendation. I know it's a lot of money, but I think that if you got into the cost analysis of it, which our staff have already done, I would support their work on this. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Shell.
I would support this as well. I'm not a road superintendent. I can't get into the weeds about what it would be for, what we need or what we don't need, because I don't know. Mike is on the ground, sorry, Mr. Timmons is on the ground every day. He knows what his department needs. It's council's decision to decide how much money we want to spend, not to necessarily run the roads department. So it's great to give suggestions, but I'm comfortable if this is what our road superintendent feels we need, then I'm prepared to pass it as well.
Councillor Ingrid.
Through the chair, I would support raising the budget to 100,000 a year, but I have no intention of approving $440,000. We don't get the work done we're getting done now, so I don't know how we can possibly staff this. Most of the projects that we have done, culverts and that, are hired contractors as it is, so I didn't see anywhere in there where it said we'd take over doing the Mash Creek culverts, which is over $290,000. Would that be able to do that?
Through the chair, specifically in that scenario, I think we have an agreement with the contractor, so I don't think we're going back on that particular item. I think we can certainly look in it, at it. Our issue there becomes the size of the equipment. We are not here trying to get, a 350 or something that can really dig extremely deep, and some of these culverts are. But we can certainly look into that. And when I say culverts, we do countless smaller diameter culverts annually. We're repairing driveway culverts. We do cross culverts. We generally only tender out 18 1800 mil culverts, which are, 6 feet, 6 feet wide, right? Those are big twin culverts. Generally not the target of what we're trying to do with this piece of equipment.
Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Hannison, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council receives capital project 2501 Public Works excavator and float trailer purchases information, and that council approves the purchase of the replacement excavator and floater trailer for Public Works in the amount of $440,112 to be funded from the roads reserve.
All those in favor? It's carried. Backup generator.
This again is on page 7 of your, sorry, page 7 of your package. The backup generator is going to potentially be funded from the emergency preparedness reserve for to run the whole arena and act as backup EOC.
Any questions? Councilor McKelvey?
Have we heard on the grant application yet? Where we applied for the $50,000 grant?
Through the chair, no, we have not heard back from any grants yet.
Okay, so this is saying, this is for the electrical work to make it work in the arena, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what grant are we using for that? Because I understood the $50,000 grant we were applying for was going to pay for the actual generator under emergency services, hopefully.
So the grant that's already been applied through the chair, it is only to do the engineering to ensure that we have the proper size of generator for the building. The actual purchase of the generator would come from the emergency preparedness reserve in entirety.
Go ahead.
So we applied for $50,000, but we only need 15.8. Is that what I'm hearing? I honestly thought the $50,000 grant we applied for was for the actual generator. And maybe
So through the chair, that was only one component of the $50,000 grant. There is other components within the fire services that we've applied for the balance.
so this is part of the $50,000, 15.8?
Yeah, through the chair, the 15.8 is one component of the original grant that we applied for in 2024. And the balance would be used for the fire services for emergency preparedness.
So it's not for the generator.
It's for the electrical engineering of the generator.
Somebody checked. There's somebody else. Let's take a break for till, well, make it till 10:10. welcome back. If the bookmark in my brain works, I believe we're discussing the 15,800, and if you could just reiterate what that is and how it's part of another larger grant.
Through the chair, yes, thank you. Just to recap, the 15,800 will be funded through the grant application if successful, to do the engineering works to make sure that the arena generator has the proper capacity, and the actual generator itself will be funded potentially through the Fire Emergency Preparedness Reserve.
Okay, and that was something that we'd hoped that there might be another grant or something that might be available for the generator.
So the 15,800 was already applied for on a grant.
Right.
and- Yeah,
But then once we decide to get the generator, if there is grant money out there,
yes, we would always look at grants.
well, chances are it would have been better before the election. And after, I'm not sure how many grants will be available after. Councilor McKelvey?
I'm sorry if I'm being a blockhead here, but we decided we were going to do a $50,000 grant application. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that has been completed.
Say that again, sorry?
The grant application was completed last year.
Right, for $50,000.
Yes.
We're only putting 15,800 here. Are we putting the other 35,000 somewhere?
So the other components of the grant that was applied for was a fire rescue boat and equipment trailer.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We were never told anything about that. We were told $50,000 for a generator. The words rescue boat never came out of anybody's mouth. Oh, am I the
I'm
only
looking-
one that slept through that meeting here? What's happening?
So what,
So as I recall, we were to apply for up to $50,000 for emergency management resources.
Madam CEO?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I might ask our fire chief if this is an annual grant that is available for fire services. So, I'm just might ask him to speak to it.
Certainly, through the chair. So yes, so the Emergency Preparedness Grant is an annual grant that is available to fire departments to apply for emergency preparedness. So we applied for the grant. Part of that was for emergency preparedness equipment. So in this case, we put in for an additional boat as well as a trailer. Through that, we also submitted for the engineering study for the emergency generator for the arena as part of that grant.
So what you're saying is it's a $50,000 grant, and then in order to justify the grant, you list things that are part of emergency preparedness that you might use the money for.
That is correct, yes. So the fire department had applied for the $50,000 grant, and we were asked if we could submit the engineering study for the generator as part of the fire department grant through emergency preparedness.
Okay. So is this 50,000? Is that the maximum size of the grant or something like that?
That is correct, yes.
And that's available to all fire departments and
That is also correct, yes.
municipalities.
So the fire department applied for this grant. We were asked if we could assist the community services department with the engineering study for the generator through that grant. So instead of the entire $50,000 going to the fire department put in for the equipment that we felt we could use that would help towards emergency preparedness, and the engineering study to go towards the hope of getting the emergency backup generator for the arena.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey?
The report that was brought to us to apply for the funding was for a generator. I'm really struggling with the fact that we just found out today we've applied for funding for a boat. Did I miss a meeting? Or is somebody else going to say something here other than me? Because I'm pretty sure we never agreed to an application for a fire rescue boat.
MCA.
Mr. Mayor, the grant that our chief refers to is only available to fire departments. And it really is to cover things that the fire chief believes are necessary for emergency preparedness. So I guess I'm struggling with if all costs are covered and this is what our fire chief believes we need for emergency preparedness, I'm just confused by the conversation.
Councilor McKelvey.
You know, I watched a budget meeting here before I got on council and there was a request for another boat. And I believe the present mayor said that's one too many boats. I remember it very clearly. I'm pretty sure that if we were discussing an application for funding for a boat, that our present mayor would have remembered that conversation and had a little more to do with this. I'm sorry. I am very concerned that we are talking about something that nobody knows about. And it's $50,000 or now it's 35. How much is the boat?
Chief, do you want to answer?
Through the chair, I'm not sure what the counselor is referring to as far as the discussion went. Like, there was no discussion about the emergency preparedness grant. Correct, but there was no discussion about how that money was to be spent. That was just, there was an emergency preparedness grant. Council said, go try and get that grant. That is what we did. So the fire department prepared some documents, got some quotes, and looked into some equipment that we felt we would need in the case of more flooding, which is why we put down the equipment that we did. Through that, we were approached by CSD to look into using some of that grant money to get the engineering stuff for the electrical for the installation of a new emergency preparedness backup generator to be put in at the arena.
Councilor Staney.
This is gonna help or not, but we're talking about money we don't have. First of all, in this grant, we don't know if we're gonna get it or not. So that's first thing. The second thing, I think after a tour of the fire department, and this is long before the present fire chief was here, I remember raising the fact that I did not think that for a community of our size, with the number of lakes we have, the number of issues that we have, that we had enough water access backup for emergencies. Also knowing that many of our places are water access only. So, and that was after I saw an incident on a lake that I'm very intimately familiar with. So I remember having that discussion here. We didn't say whether or not the council supported or not, but it was recognized that we do have a lot of lakes and we really need to have emergency backup in these situations. So in terms of what this grant has done, it's done annually. I don't remember ever going into detail about what would be applied for in this grant in the last, I don't know, I could say the last 12 years, maybe our deputy could say the last 19 years if we've gone into detail. This is an annual grant, but the fact that they were able to share some of that cost with another department and work that out in terms of management, I think that's good. But bottom line, we're talking about money here that we don't even have yet, and that we do need to go ahead with an emergency generator, whatever we can do in terms of grants. I'm sure staff are looking at that. So I would like to support the resolution that we follow through and get that emergency generator going as soon as we can. And of course, every grant, if I know of some, I'll be sending them to you as well, because donations are accepted, by the way. But we do need to get an emergency generator for that arena. And thanks for sharing that funds with the other departments.
And if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we are unsuccessful with the grant, we will not be moving forward with the purchase of the boat or the trailer. This is only if we are successful in obtaining the grant.
And to clarify, in previous budget meetings where I was against us buying a boat, it was a taxpayer funded boat. It's not a boat that was gonna be funded by a grant. But that's different from what this agenda item is. So are there any other questions about this agenda item? Go, Deputy Mayor Shaw.
It's not a question, it's a comment, and I know I'm gonna get people around the table not gonna like what I say, but I am not a fire chief. I do not know what the fire department requires. And as the counselor saying, he said, this is grant money that we don't even have yet. I don't like getting into the weeds of this stuff when we have so much more here that we need to deal with. Just my thoughts.
Councilor McKelvey?
I'm not trying to get into the weeds here on what we should or shouldn't have. I'm trying to find out why all of a sudden we're finding out about a boat and a trailer. That's all I'm saying. I said, whoa, where'd that come from? It was $50,000 towards a generator at the arena. Because it's part of the emergency plan. I'm just asking, where did this come from? It was never mentioned. Should we not have that discussion? Should we not decide that's
Well, I
a
don't
good?
think that we're gonna get into every detail of
Okay,
every
that's fine.
grant that we're going to apply for in all the various departments. Madam C.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll have the clerk confirm this. We've gone back in our resolutions. There was a resolution to apply for the Ontario Trillium Grant that included $50,000 for a backup generator. This is a grant that we're talking about for emergency preparedness. It's available to the fire departments annually. It has to align with emergency preparedness. So even if we were successful in the $50,000 grant, anything that we spend this on has to align with emergency preparedness. So, I mean, Mr. Mayor, I would echo your comments that the item before you today is to approve us moving forward with the engineered study and the potential purchase of a backup generator. Thank you.
Questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council receives capital project CSD 02 arena backup generator as information, and that council approves the engineering study and purchase of a backup generator for the SG Nesbitt Arena. And further, that council directs $15,800 be funded from the grant application and $150,000 to be funded from the Fire Emergency Preparedness Reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried. Mr. Timmons, should be
So this next item will be on page 8 of your package, council.
Okay, through the chair, the next one is the cold asphalt overlay road resurfacing. What we've done is there was some discussion, originally the proposed project was to take the cold cap to the boat launch and then double surface treatment from the boat launch to Swinson. We have revamped that just to take the cold overlay all the way to the end, and then eliminate that was one of the suggestions put forth by council for that short tail end rather than switching and having another crew come in, just carry it on. So that's the only change to the cold asphalt proposal.
And this is Davis Lake Road.
Sorry, yes, this is Davis Lake Road. So this would be Davis Lake Road from the end of the previous project in 2023 Will include the little tail off to Iron Mine Transfer Station and then on to the boat launch and then on to Swenson.
Questions, Counselor Sis?
At the last meeting, we asked you to cost out the difference between the two. I see you at $20,000 here, but that doesn't make any sense at all. It should be half for the other surface treatment, is that right? I think it was 400 and something last year's budget.
Yeah, so I have it about $22 or $23 per square meter for double surface treatment, which I had out to 680 or so.
The price has really gone up.
I mean, last year I budgeted, I think about 25 per square meter, so I've actually adjusted my budget down slightly. I think when the actual prices came in, I made some adjustments on that, but I have actually lowered my per square meter by a couple bucks.
The other thing the mayor asked you last meeting was to prioritize which one of these was
Sure.
important.
Yeah, so sure, the priority would be Davis Lake Road. The likely then I would have to say get the gravel done on Miners Bay. Third would be Wigamog. Bowler Road would be my least lowest ranked, I suppose. So Bowler Road and Miners Bay are both conversion to gravel. And then Wigamog is double surface treatment.
Counselor Ingram?
Through the chair, just to make it clear, Mike, can you tell me what the difference is between the cost difference between cold asphalt and double surface treatment on this particular lake road?
I can, yes. What's our, we have the cold cap at about 907,000.
Right.
And then by my estimate, I think to do it in surface treatment, you're about at least 670 rough math.
Thank you.
Sorry, could you just repeat it again? So we.
You're in the range of 907,000 for the cold asphalt overlay, 670 for your double surface treatment.
Counselor McKelvey?
The tender last year for the double surface treatment came in at 431,850. So has it gone up that much money?
I am anticipating, with everything going on, I am anticipating pretty expensive round.
Like from 4 to 670, that's huge difference. But you said you're using lower numbers.
My budget number is actually lower. I just went through it. I had budgeted about $25 per square meter last year. This year I'm budgeting around closer to $22 per square meter.
But the tender came in at, what would that have been at square meter then? We thought it was high.
I don't have the tender in front of me.
Well, we just discussed it was high because it was kind of an isolated area, and if we grouped them all together, we'd get better rates, and that's kind of why we cut. I mean, I want to do Davis Lake Road, don't get me wrong, but I'm struggling with almost $1 million being spent on it.
Or the on our tour, we went to see a number of different roads. So what would the Davis Lake Road, your recommendation, which one would that be akin to?
Akin to as in
Similar to.
similar that we traveled on that
Yeah.
day. Do you mean, sorry, do you mean in terms of current condition or sort of it's
The surface, what would it be like as, what other?
it
road?
would be similar to like a Blairhampton or a Sawyers Lake Road, high traffic, lots of cottages, lots of access to the boat launch, lots of cottages back in that area, that type of traffic. So we would look for at least that type of surface. The cold cap again is, in my opinion, a a superior surface, so we would actually be elevating our service quality there. You certainly wouldn't want to go any lower than the double surface treatment.
So on the, if it's a superior surface, does that reduce your amount of reparations or maintenance or whatever? Because one of the issues with the roads that are on the south of the township, they're harder to get to. So if you have to move heavy equipment down, it's.
Yeah, through the chair, one of the reasons we are recommending the cold asphalt in this case is because of the how well it stood up, the length of the lifespan of these roads. If you look at, and we did go on the tour, we did look at one of them at least. And the point of that was that that road was virtually untouched in terms of maintenance. And it's been a number of years.
So it's pay me now, pay me later type thing.
Yeah, I think it's a good solution. It'll be long-term, a high traffic area. I think it's a good candidate for the cold asphalt. And yeah, that's my recommendation. I don't have much else to say on it.
The questions? Councilor McKelvey?
There is absolutely no doubt that the Spring Valley Road has done really well with this stuff. I'm not doubting that. It was also done with a grant. There used to be a sign up on that road that told us what the grant was. It's a very low traffic road compared to what Davis Lake Road would be like. And I don't know that we have seen enough years to know how it's going to turn out. But it was a road that we surface treated several times before we finally did it onto that type of material. But it was definitely covered by a grant. And I'm really struggling with $900,000 to go to this. I mean, it would have been a good, I would think that Blair Hampton has more traffic than this road, but I don't know that, but I just, and I don't understand how surface treatment could be 670 if it was, even if prices went up, 431, 850 is a big difference.
Mr. Saney?
Yes, thank you. I have to say that with the number of phone calls I've gotten, and to the point now that there's a designated phone callers from certain areas, and the fact that the southern end of this county has been totally neglected for my term on council in terms of the road construction, to take the best possible option here to reduce the number of calls. I tell you, if we do not pass this recommendation, I'm going to protest myself and be standing outside my own house with a placard at this point, because this Davis Lake Road, the number of calls I've gotten over the years, because we have not been paying attention to this, it's finally here. We've got a roads crew, we've got a superintendent who's giving us some extremely important information based on their professional analysis of what we need to do. I also like the excavator because it'll help with the ditching there that we have problems with on that road too, and get them done before we end up with the potholes. So I strongly support this. I think it's underestimated to think that this is not a well-traveled road. And I can say that by the number of phone calls I get and the number of people that are watching to see what we're going to be doing with this road. We need to do the best we can. And that is going to help us all in the long term in cost. It's going to cost us more than 5 years to redo this if we don't do it right the first time. So I think this is a really good cost saving to do the best treatment possible. I appreciate that you've, and I think we need to move on it quickly because as we know, prices are only going up. So that's how I feel very strongly that we do the best we can in this part of the county right now, or in the municipality. Thank you.
Director of Finance first, then you, Bob.
I just wanted to make a point that there is grant dollars going towards this project in the overall proposal. And also keep in mind that with asset management, this product probably will extend the life of a normal double surface treated road, which also extends out capital investment dollars.
Councilor Sisson?
I don't think we're saying we don't want to do it. I think we're saying we should do what we can afford to do. And I know you're a taxpayer too, so I mean, we got to protect our taxpayers here to some point. And we've got to try and reduce some money here and get to within percentage of the other townships in the town, in the county. I mean, we're going to price ourselves right off the market for real estate. They're going to go elsewhere because the taxes are too high in Minden Hills.
Councillor Seymour?
I think those are good points that Councillor Sisson raises. Paying taxes on two properties with a fixed income, it hits me hard too. But I also know it's going to hit me even harder if we have to do this again in 5 years. So I think it's better money invested now to save in the future as opposed to, and also this is why we need to pay very close attention in the elections coming up and saying what we need in terms of our infrastructure money. This is money that we are, as Councillor Sisson mentioned, taking from our tax base. We can't continue to raise our tax base and let the province get away with downloading more and more infrastructure on us and then telling us we got to create more housing when we can't afford the roads to get to it. So I think you raised some good points, but we need to look at the broader picture, and what we're facing with right now is good management of our roads and whatever we can. I am certainly one that does not want to see my taxes go up either. And I think that we all need to be able to respond to the province on some of these roads issues and spend more time at council discussing the broader picture instead of picking away at our staff who are trying to do the best they can in the budgets that they're presenting us. So I appreciate the work that's going on here, and maybe at some point we can have that broader discussion at council about how do we approach the provincial government in terms of the increased infrastructure costs that we have, because it is a concern and we can't keep taking it from taxes. Thank you.
Sorry, did you have Councillor McKelvey?
Is the double surface treatment going to last half as much time as this cold asphalt? Or the other way around, is cold asphalt going to last twice as long?
I would think we'd be in that range for sure. Looking at the roads that we have done with CCAP, there's no signs of wear, and we're well beyond the 5-year mark on most of those roads.
So I guess I keep getting signals, but I'm not sure if there's a. Well, thank you. I appreciate knowing that. So it's one of these, again, what's the best long-term solution here? Because yes, we want to keep the taxes low this year, but we also need to keep taxes low in upcoming years, and saving money now for something that could be more expensive down the road is always difficult. All right. There are no other questions. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Johannesson, seconded by Councillor Saney, that council receives capital project Public Works 2502 roads resurfacing cold asphalt as information, and that council approves the CCAP project for the Davis Lake Road in the amount of $907,952, and further that council directs $803,831 be funded from taxation and $104,121 excuse me, from grants, CCBF, and gas tax.
Those in favor? As carried.
Moving on to double surface treatment. So the change here, obviously we've removed the portion of double surface treatment that had been slotted in for Davis Lake Road. And it just leaves Wigamog Road as the only double surface treatment. And again, just a reminder, this was something that was actually on the schedule a few years ago, was bumped. This is before my time, was bumped because of some local construction, and now we're bringing it back around.
Okay, and so and what segment of the road is this now?
It will be from the border with Dysart
Right.
back to I believe it was 2022. It was before me, so just before me. Wigamog Road, a portion was done, about half of it was done. So it'll be to the limits of the previous project. And then I do have some numbers here. looks like it's about, just over a kilometer, about, 1.2 kilometers worth of road.
So that would be the windy section through the trees. Right. Any questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, the council receives capital project Public Works 25-03 roads resurfacing double surface treatment as information. And that council approves the double surface treatment roads program for 2025 in the amount of $183,817. And further that council directs $59,637 be funded from the road reserve and $124,180 from grants, CCBF, and tap and gas tax.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Okay, on to conversion to gravel. The two roads we recommended for this, Miners Bay and a portion of Buller Road. Both of these roads are, Miners Bay, we went on our tour. Absolutely one of our worst, current condition roads. Relatively low traffic. That's why we're recommending, a conversion to gravel on this one. So that would involve, pulverizing the existing. We leave the existing, road surface as part of the new base to help form the new base. Put down some new gravel, grading, and compacting, and then calcium chloride. Similar with Buller Road, I will say I noted this would have been my fourth in the priority list. However, it is in very similar condition. It's currently surface treated, but in very rough repair. Lots of potholes, lots of labor hours to try to maintain that. I've recommended about a 2-kilometer stretch that takes you just about almost perfectly to Clear Lake Road. So it'd be a nice sort of connection. Anybody coming up Clear Lake and then maybe hopping on to Buller to the boat launch, let's say, would then be able to stay on the new surface. So it works out nicely in that respect. And again, it would be pulverizing new gravel and then compaction and calcium chloride.
On the Miners Bay Road, is that from 35 to, does it go to 35? It's the
full
loop there.
It's the full loop, that's correct.
Any questions? Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor Aaron. The council receives capital project Public Works 2504 conversion to gravel as information, and that council approves the conversion to gravel program for 2025 in the amount of $346,509. And further that council directs the following project be funded as follows: $175,016 from taxation, $17,285 from the roads reserve, and $154,208 from the OSIP grant.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Slurry seal?
Yes.
I believe. So slurry seal, we touched on this briefly. It's a process and a product that goes down. It's a oily, gritty surface that gets sprayed down. It extends the life of surface treated roads by a number of years. Recommended to do at about the 3-year mark, and generally it's accepted that it gets about another 5 years out of a road before you have to look at resurfacing. So given that, again, this goes back a little bit before my time, just before I started, but in 2022, so we'll be looking at those 2022 roads, which was a portion of Bob Cajun Road, and the second one, my slurry seal here, Wigamog was the first portion of Wigamog that we already discussed. Oh, sorry, Scotch Line. Did I say Bob Cajun? Sorry. Yeah, Scotch Line. We're not on Bob Cajun.
Is there any possible way we could put this off till next year's budget? I know it's only a year away, and the road is only like a little over 2 years old at this point, so one more year shouldn't hurt it any. Just a thought.
I mean, we could theoretically, this is sort of the standard, recommendation at the time. But I obviously understanding, that, maybe you can't do it all, so I do appreciate the position council's in. But in a perfect world, you would do it at the 3-year mark. This would be year 3. If we want to push to year 4, I wouldn't go beyond that, certainly. If the road really starts to crumble, now you're in reconstruction, right? Sure, that was not very clear the first time around. Wigamog Road, the 2022 section that's previously been done, and then Scotch Line Road, Scotch Line Road, also 2022 section. So that would be Scotch Line West going up the hill. Bob Cajun over, no, it's west, so it'll start at what's the one with no, it starts at the end of the asphalt project, which is I'm drawing a blank where the scrap metal yard is. Bingham, so it will start at Bingham because that's where our asphalt ends, and we'll go up, I don't know if it goes all the way to Claude Brown, but it goes up the hill. Yeah. It is a well-traveled road, and the hill itself has erosion issues, right? That's a concern with the big hills. You get a lot of water running down the hill, and if you don't maintain that surface, it starts to pit, and then you have issues.
As much as I want to save money, and we still have to here sometime, I'm going to vote in agreement of slurry seal. I've seen it at other townships. If you don't, your surface is going to fall apart and you're back to double surface treatment. So if we put it off, then that means the roads that we surface treated in 2023 won't get done with a slurry seal either. So this is a snowball that's going to go out of control. I thought the Scotch Line Hill was actually paved, but I guess not.
They might have left the asphalt on it. I'd have to go back and look, but regardless, we would probably still put a slurry seal over it.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council receives capital project Public Works 2505 slurry seal as information, and that council approves the slurry seal program for 2025 in the amount of $170,881 to be funded from taxation.
The next one here, we have Red Umbrella Road. So we have gone back. I have had another couple meetings with some representatives over at MTO. Been in consultation with the CAO as well. So I think the recommendations will hold this one off for now. If we have to come back with more details later in the year, we'll do that to clarify a few things. At this point, we're not recommending going forward with it. Removed. That is what we're certainly trying to push.
I do have a resolution, Mr. Mayor, basically just removing the amount and directing staff to report back. Okay. Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council receives capital project 2506 Public Works Red Umbrella Road culvert replacement as information, and that council directs the proposed initiative in the amount of $76,320 be removed from the 2025 budget, and staff follow up with MTO, and further that council directs staff to report back to a future council meeting.
Kinmount Loft repairs. So we have made some changes here. Um, having heard council at the last meeting, leaning more towards the purchase of some sort of a trailer or other shed that could work in that area. We have this quoted for a smaller trailer than is currently there on rent. I have reached out to the same builder that provided us the sheds for the landfills. He has responded, however, they don't work much in the winter, so I don't have a firm number. But certainly, if we could, it will be more expensive than the landfill sheds because they will require some more electrical, some more heating stuff because our sites don't have power, so we didn't include a lot of that in our in the landfill options. However, if those prices come back and they are more cost effective than the trailer and they meet our needs, we will certainly go in that direction.
Have we checked with the company that we presently rent from to see what it would cost to get that existing trailer?
I have, and you don't want to know.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, in support of the resolution, but I also want to see at some point if staff will look at how do we maintain and clean these areas as well that are outside of our normal public spaces, just to make sure that they're kept in good condition. Thank you.
And you have on here, Mike, maybe a used trailer. Did you look into a used trailer at all? Is that an option or?
Through the chair to the councillor, we have been discussing all different options. And again, some of the used ones that have come to me, the price looks good. The age is questionable, so I would have to do a personal inspection before we would make a decision like that. Through the chair, I have been discussing this with the CBO. It sounds like the prep is essentially the same, regardless of which of these options we were to go to. There would be a little bit more work than what's currently there, being temporary versus what will consider a permanent structure. But we have worked that into this this price. We expect it all to be captured.
So have we taken into consideration in the operating budget the $9,600 in savings, or it won't be because we've, here we are the second month, so we're still renting the other one.
Through the chair, yes, we have.
So we've actually reduced the cost.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives capital project 2507. Public Works Kenmount Road Shed as information, and that council directs staff to purchase a trailer for the Kenmount Yard in the amount of $27,000 to replace the current renter trailer. And further, that council directs the associated costs be funded from the roads reserve.
I believe my final one is the pedestrian crossovers, which is just recommendation that we will be looking into the grants, and I believe coming back with some more information once I've had a chance to work on that, look at the grants and work it with the CAO and the treasurer.
Just a thought. I don't know if you've looked at some of the old studies. I mean, the Main Street, the Water Street intersection, part of this Milne Street, like they've been studied to death. And so there's numerous reports that talk about the different options that you could do for making it safer for pedestrian traffic and other good things that might want to be considered. I mean, part of it was to change some of Water Street to one way. Some of it was to close part of that off. There was all different kinds of reports that you could look at.
To the chair, we'll be looking through anything we can find to go through and review. We'll certainly be doing that.
Through the chair, yes, there's a resolution here. Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that council receives capital project 2509, Public Works pedestrian crossovers as information, and that council directs staff to present a follow-up report regarding the results of the grant application for the project, including project timelines.
Okay. So I'm just gonna, okay, so this is on page 9 of the council's package. This is, the curling club roof. So we have in the budget, that this is a grant option, that has already been submitted for. And depending on whether we are successful, and if successful at 50 or 70% funding, based on that information coming back, anything would be coming back to council as a final review.
Through the chair, in the curling club report from Camian, it says the total cost of the roof will be $257,000. But our budget says it's going to be double that. I'm having a hard time understanding where the number's coming from.
So through the chair, we've factored in the cost of the roof plus the insulation of, which is also we deemed a component of the roofing system, the way, the type of insulation that it is. So that's where the 515 came from.
Thank you.
Madam CEO.
Through Mr. Mayor, and I just, a little bit more to Councillor Ingram's question. If you recall, I think it was last year, the curling club was going to put in an application for interior work and the insulation. They were held up in doing so because we hadn't updated the lease. That's been taken care of. But in conversation, so the report before you is for the township's portion of the exterior roof. But what we determined is it's more advantageous for the municipality to put in the application for the complete project.
It's fine. I was just confirming it was that price. So makes sense to do it all at the same time anyway. Sure.
So just to be clear here, whether a grant is successful or not successful, we need to proceed with this project.
So through the chair, yes, that would, if we're not successful with the grant, staff would come back with options at that time for council to consider.
For financing.
Yes.
Right.
Councillor McKelvey.
So just back to Counselor Ingram's. So it was 200,000 plus tax in this report. So we're actually going to do like almost $300,000 worth of insulation.
Through the chair, I believe the insulation was just under $200,000 because it is butting up against, it's a specialized insulation on that type of roofing system.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that council receives capital project 2501, building and bylaw curling club roof as information. And that council approves the replacement of the curling club roof and an initial allocation of $257,500 from capital projects reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried.
So moving on to the cultural center, library roofing and ventilation systems. We've reviewed the report and found that we would need to add at least $40,000 to the initial $60,000 that was set aside in previous budgets.
Or
To do the roofing systems and the gutters of the cultural center and library.
so it costs more than we had
Yes, yeah.
anticipated, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey?
So I'm not opposed to this. We have to get this roof fixed. But I am concerned that we got a report in May of 24 that we might have done this last year. This needs to come to council and say, okay, let's, the budget is 60, it's only 100. I know we can't fix what happened. I'm just suggesting on a go forward. When we get these kinds of reports that gives us this information, if we could bring it to council, council may have said, go ahead and do it. We definitely have to fix that roof. Like, it's pulling off the eaves trough. It's just awful. One of the things in the report talks about the original library being, or the original art gallery being circa 1960. It certainly is not that old. It was built in the 80s. So. But like, I just want this roof done. I don't know if we need pre-approval so that they start getting this tender ready and go, because this roof up here was supposed to be done in September and it's locked off.
Any other questions? Seeing none, let's read the resolution.
Moved by Councilor McKelvey, seconded by Councilor Sisson, that council approves the Minden Hills Cultural Center and Library roof and rooftop units project, and that council directs $40,000 be funded from the capital projects reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Okay, moving on to page 10 in your package, accessibility upgrades. This is the ICIP grant that the township already has been granted, and to continue the works to get this completed. And as discussed previously with council, that will be in talks with the provincial authorities to look to live within the grant dollars that we have been allocated, and that will be coming back to council.
Okay. So what really are you asking for here?
The approval of the $303,331, which is our portion of the grant.
Questions, Councilor Sisson?
How long can we keep this grant before we lose it? Like, it's been 5 years now. And when do you figure on starting to do this year?
Through the chair, it would be our intent to look at the TPA with the province and bring that back to council with discussions with the province, and then move on this project and potentially get a bulk of it done in 2025.
Councilor McKelvey?
Is it not a federal grant too? Was it not a,
Through the chair, this is, yes, a federal and provincial portion.
it's gonna be hard to talk to either one of those levels of government right now, that's all.
Well, you
They're
can,
predisposed.
you can phone and leave a message.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and it seems every time a federal project, when there's grant money, then there's all these other layers of approvals that have to be done. And, you know, like our boardwalk ended up being delayed a year or more because we couldn't get all the approvals done. All right. Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councilor Ingram, seconded by Councilor Saney, that council receives capital project 2503 building and bylaw ICIP grant accessibility upgrades at various buildings as information. That council approves an allocation of $303,331 for the township's portion of the ICIP grant for accessibility upgrades at various buildings. And further that council directs $264,230 be funded from the accessibility reserve and that $39,101 be funded from capital projects reserve.
All those in favor? As carried.
Okay, moving on to security cameras at the cultural center and library. This will be funded proportionately through the library reserves and the cultural center reserves. And this is a security system that has been vetted through county IT to be in compliance of the needs of the facilities.
Do you know, we already have some security cameras in place. Would this all be linked together?
I'd have to defer to the director of the clerk because she had done the investigation.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, so this would be linked with the system that we have at the arena to go from it. So it'd be the same software. So IT has worked to integrate it with that. So it would be accessible to me as the director from my office.
Okay, and if we were to put in, if we decide that we're gonna put in more security cameras, you know, in the municipality, that would, it's a possibility all this just gets expanded.
Yeah, it would get expanded. There would be more cost association with
sure.
it and the different, I don't want to take in that I know what IT is talking about, but there'd be other, there'd be other housings, but it would be using the same system.
You'll end up with a screen with 100 little boxes on your desk that you monitor constantly. Okay. Councilor McKelvey.
So do we have security systems in the buildings?
So through you to Councilor McKelvey, so there is alarm system on the gallery and on the library.
Councilor McKelvey.
Did we look into what the cost would be to put those in the other buildings? Or can they not because of the cold and winter?
That wasn't investigated. The issue that was why for the security cameras is the alarm systems don't give us a visual. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Please read the, oh, sorry.
Moved by Counselor St. Oh, sorry.
All right.
I'm just concerned these are not as effective as an actual security alarm in the buildings that, because I'm worried they're just going to be damaged or you're not going to be able to see these people anyways. They're usually well covered. I would rather see some alarms going off here.
Councilor Sandy.
Yes, thank you. I understand that these cameras are not your typical security cameras. They will show faces. This is something that will be more than just a deterrent and people getting away. This is going to be something that we can hold people accountable who are damaging our property. This is a really crucial asset for our community and of generations of information and arts and culture in our community that we need to protect. The roofing tiles that were torn off, I understand were vandalism as well. So these are kinds of things that we need to really start to protect. And I think that these cameras, as I understand, not only is it an OPP recommendation that we do this, that these cameras are not just your typical security cameras, that we are after not just deterring and putting an alarm when something happens, where more importantly, we want to make sure that people are caught and held responsible for their actions. So I think this is a really important thing that we proceed with. I know the cultural committee and my Councillor Johannesson might want to respond to it as well, that the committee is supporting and is really pleased that we are looking at this. Thank you.
I'll have to admit, sorry, Councillor Yaddison, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering, will any of them, the cameras be facing?
Before we
Well, let's
go
look.
that, I'm a bit uncomfortable with having a discussion
Right.
about what our security systems are gonna be and like.
Yes.
I mean, I think that that's something that unfortunately would have to be held in a
Yes.
closed session. And
Yes.
so I think the idea is, right now, we've got a proposal for us to enhance our security system. And I think we should leave it at that and have a, another discussion at some point in the future on how we might expand it and improve it. So with that, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson, that council receives capital project 2503 CSD Security Camera Cultural Center as information, and that council approves the purchase and installation of security cameras at the Minden Hills Cultural Center excuse me, and library in the amount of 22,000, and further that council directs 13,200 be funded from library reserves and 8,000 from the cultural center reserves.
All those in favor? That is carried. We have some administrative matters to take care of, so we will take a break until 11:25. Welcome back, and now we enter into another chapter in Who Let the Dogs Out.
So just for council's information, this is not included in the budget as it stands. This would be a new service and an addition.
Want to describe it a little more?
I'll let the director describe this. And council can refer back to tab 6 for the director's previous report on this subject.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Once again, you have before you is the Pound Keeper Agreement. This would be a new service provided by the municipality. We're looking to see if we can't integrate this into our bylaw services side of things. Through the report there, you can see that we recommend a specific provider for the services, assuming that this is what the council wishes to do. It's up to your discretion as to whether you wish to move forward with this or not.
I believe when we had the discussion last time that the dollars per dog was an issue.
Agreed.
We only had a limited number of calls, I believe.
That's correct. Just refer back to my report here. I believe we had 58% of the 17 dog related bylaw calls were dogs running at large.
Right, well. We could provide everybody in the township with a new leash for that price, I would think.
Very good option.
I mean, I think this would be wonderful to have, but it just seems that the cost for the size of the problem seems to be a little bit disproportionate. Madam CEO.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, staff didn't initiate this, bringing forward this new service. We were asked to look into it. So we're simply seeking council's direction on this today, yes or no?
Okay. Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
So the resolution before council today is basically, it's set up to approve, okay? Moved by Councillor Saini, seconded by Councillor Johansson, that council receives report 25001, building bylaw agreement award for Pound Keeper services as information, and that council approves the award for services as Pound Keeper to pause at Calera Station. And further, that council directs staff to bring forward to a future meeting bylaws to authorize the execution of the agreement with Calera Station and to set pickup fees for lost dogs collected by owners within 24 hours, and also to set a fee for the first and second offenses.
All those in favor? That is defeated. Thank you. You're going to discuss debt financing?
Yeah. So staff had
Sorry, what page would we find this on, just so?
This is the order that we have it in. I'm just.
So through the chair, just to help council a little bit. So the next items basically discusses planning and the legal allocation of money, which council sort of advised at a previous meeting, and then heating cost and building permit fees There's no recommendations put forward for those, but if council still wishes to have a discussion, that's fine. The CAO is requesting to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and so I think as part of my intro, I indicated that we had follow-up items and recommendations throughout. And from page 14 to 17, we had summarized all the recommendations so that it was a little bit easier to follow through. So it may appear to be a duplicate of some, but we were trying to summarize the items where we had actual recommendations around it. Thank you.
Okay,
So
Councilor McKelvey.
Okay, so back on page 11 of 79, I see what you mean, planning, heating costs, building permits, blah, 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 that's fine. I would like to discuss the fire hydrant flow testing and painting if we could, which is right before the debt financing.
Sorry, what page?
I'm on 11 of 79 or 9 of 73.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to know, if the painting costs that we had in the previous budget and the student wages in the previous budget to do the painting has been taken out of operating. Because we were told they all had to be painted. We were gonna hire a student and paint costs were covered in the fire department's budget.
So through the chair, there is no, in this new draft, there is no, student wages associated with the fire department.
Okay, so, but was that removed from the previous draft? Because it wasn't there, I understood. And the paint.
I don't see it.
Great. Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, I might invite the fire chief up. While we don't have to paint the actual fire hydrants, I do believe we have to paint the caps associated with the flow rating.
Yes, that's correct, through you, Mr. Chair. So, we have found out that we don't necessarily have to paint all of the hydrants. There will only actually be 3 hydrants that need to be repainted completely, but the caps will still need to be painted based on the results of the flow testing. So we will be bringing forward a bylaw at a later date to say that the township will maintain the color of red for our public hydrants. And that will address that issue. And then the painting will need to be done, but it's just the cap, so it will not require, the great deal of time and money that initially we thought it might.
Councilor McKelvey.
That's great. But that's my question. We won't have to do that expense now. The
Correct.
time and money for that. Has it been taken out of your budget?
My understanding is that would have been taken out of that budget, yes. Other than the consulting fee that is still part of the operating budget to pay
Flow
for the flow testing.
Yes, I realize that. I just didn't see the difference in the budget, so I'm just wanting to make sure it actually was taken.
So I know this is a little bit off to the side, but I drive through these little towns and they've got their fancy painted hydrants and different hats on them and things like that. All of those have to be repainted.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did find a clause within the NFPA standard that said that the municipality may designate a specific color. And that is why we will be bringing forward a bylaw to say that our color will be red for the municipal public hydrants.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or discussion on this? I don't believe we have a motion. All right. Next.
Okay, so moving on to debt financing. So if you look at page 75 of your package, I have highlighted some of the previous projects that the township has done some of the future projects that the town will embark on. And for information purposes, I have calculated a very, very draft surplus deficit for the township, but that would have a shortfall for the previous project of Bob Cajun and Scotch Line roads. So once the 2024 audit is completed and we have solid numbers, at the end of the day, a report will be brought back to council on how to use that surplus and also bring back the shortfall in funding for that project. And that I'm proposing that the future projects of Scotch Line, landfill, transfer station, and the Mash Creek culverts, those projects are not slated to start until Q4. We have some tendering that needs to be done in 2025. So once those projects are started in Q4, I'm proposing that would be dealt with in the 2026 budget. So I bring this to council's attention for information purposes, so that you'll understand that once we come back later in the year with more solid numbers, that we would have a better plan put in place.
So what you're saying here, looking at this, is that, depending on what the surplus ends up being, the unfunded, which you have here at 586, it could be 550, it could
Yeah.
be 600, could be whatever number it is.
Yeah.
And that is money that what do we have to do with that money this year?
So for the previous project of Scotch Line and Bob Cajun Road, we've basically self-funded that already out of our general funds. So that would be to deal with that project at the end of the day after the 2024 audit's completed, to fund that so that we don't have to put that as an unfunded capital project on the financial statements going forward. So I'm leaning towards we would potentially look at internal borrowing within our reserves versus an IO debenture.
Okay, and what impact would it have on the 2025 operational budget?
It wouldn't have an effect because we're still funding it, self-funding it right now because we've already paid those bills. So it will have an impact on the financial statements, saying that it's unfunded, but going forward in the 2025 financial statements, that it will potentially come off as unfunded capital.
So if you borrowed the money, really the first interest payment would be 2026. So it wouldn't have 2025 effect.
Potentially, yes.
Councilor McKelvey?
So are we just talking about that project right now, or are we talking about debt repayment in total? I guess I need to know.
I was just talking about the previous project that we've already completed, and then the proposed projects that we are proposing in 2025 to start.
Okay, well then I guess I'm all right to ask this. So whatever we decide in this budget is going to impact next year's budget, because we have to start paying things back, correct?
Through the chair, whatever we decide would, like for the future projects, that would impact 2026. For the unfunded, that would also be looked at for 2026.
Okay, so that's what so if we just round it off and say Bob Cajun Scotch Line Road, whatever we haven't been able to cover so far. And if the surplus was that much money that we still had 600,000 to borrow, whether it's internally or external, we have to pay it back.
Correct.
Okay, so that's where I was kind of hoping to get some indication of what we're gonna be setting ourselves up for next year, especially on the, like the Scotch Line landfill, new build, the Mash Creek culverts. Like this is all going to have a substantial impact to next year's budget, so we just need to, I feel I need to know what that's gonna do to us.
So through the chair, that's why I've provided council with some different options of amortization of debt so that you would understand the potential impact for 2026.
But is that borrowing, like the annual payment, for instance, if we were to borrow for 5 years, the annual payment's 128,408. How much did we borrow for that? Just the amount for the Scotch Line, Cajun Road? It's not including the landfill and the Mash Creek.
Through the chair, yes, correct. These numbers are just for the Bob Cajun Scotch Line Roads Resurfacing Project.
Okay, so that's where I think we need to have information to know what we're setting ourselves up for next year. Don't we?
Well, yeah, so it would be, if we were to go at 10 years, we'd be looking at 70,000. So I'm assuming that the Scotch Line transfer station, the new build, the 1.7, that would be, you'd be looking at more like a 25-year or something on that. More like length of project, or what are you thinking?
Correct. Usually larger dollar figures are amortized over several years, longer period. But we're also looking for better numbers once those tenders come in, that we can give council a more concise picture.
So 25 years would be 60. So you'd be looking at $70,000 or so for that Scotch Line transfer station. If you'd be looking at,
These annual payments are based on borrowing not
Yeah.
quite 600,000.
no, I understand that. I was just doing the math on the 1.7.
Won't be 3 times 40 is 120,000 almost.
25 years. In the low 70s or so.
If it's $38,784 right now, we're roughly 600,000. If you're going to borrow 1.7, that's almost 3 times. So that would be almost 120,000, be 110. I just, we can sit here and I want everybody to realize what we're doing here in this budget. We're setting ourselves up for those added expenses next year, especially if we don't fit some of this in this year's levy. Mind you, I'm not going to add any more to the levies. But this is going to hurt. Okay, this is really going to hurt next year. And the question I have on the Mash Creek culverts, do we need to retender given the delays? No, okay, thanks.
Yeah, we're looking at, obviously, any borrowing we do, we have to pay back. But, we're not gonna wait 25 years to save the money before we execute it also. So, I mean, it is, to a certain extent, it is what it is. And And hopefully if there's any surplus in 2025, it can be used to reduce the amount that eventually has to be borrowed. So that's offset with the unknown of other things coming up.
Correct, and you're self-funding right now.
So, I mean, the big project is the Scotch line, which we've decided we need to do for the future of the municipality. Councilor McKelvey?
What do we charge ourselves when we borrow internally?
Through the chair, there are different rates. I would have to research how that rate came about.
And does that, whatever we charge ourselves, and that goes back into that reserve that it was kind of borrowed from, is that?
Through the chair, the interest goes back into the overall investments and interest earned. And
Oh,
then-
under bank interest,
Right.
oh, okay.
So if you're getting 1% bank interest and you get 3% back from an internal borrowing, that
I just think it
Actually-
should go back into the reserve that it came from.
it's really borrowing. Right? It's like, it's a replacement from investing in the bank or investing in ourselves. It's like a bond. Any other questions? Go ahead.
So we'll move into the water meeting reading project. So basically,
What
Uh,
page?
oh, sorry. So we're currently on page 12. Yes.
Third, what page? On page 12, correct. Councilor McKelvey.
So the SG Nesbitt Arena, it says we sold seats in the old arena. I'm assuming it's the new arena. So we have this $8,600 sitting there from those seat sales.
Through the chair, that was put in the reserve from the proceeds of the,
Okay, but we're gonna pull that back out for the harness.
through the chair, that's my recollection that the skate harness was going to be funded through that.
So the next thing, it makes reference to the 12.5, the bench, but I don't. When you go back to the other pages, it sounds like it's 11.2, so. I'm wondering, and it goes back to this, maybe you haven't had time yet, but there was always talk that there was more money budgeted or more money borrowed than project costs, and we had this extra money there.
Through the chair, that is a further investigation.
Okay.
Item.
Yeah, the situation is that, you at some point, you have to just, when the building or project is deemed to be substantially completed, that's when you have to change your borrowing that was for the building into a debenture. The thing is that was substantially completed. It wasn't fully completed. So at the time, the previous council, there were a number of issues that were still open for debate, including a snack bar and a number of other things. And so we had to come up with a reasonable number. So when we came up with that reasonable number and then subsequently decided not to go ahead with some projects or some final bills weren't as high as we expected, we ended up borrowing more than what we spent. And the the excess went into the reserve for the, for future projects that might take place at the arena. Councilor McKelvey.
Are we gonna get a report on that down the road once you've had time to digest what's happening? I'm well aware that you go from construction financing
Yeah.
to final in debt. I'm just saying there was more, like you said. I just want to know where it is and how much so that we can maybe, but not today.
Through the chair, there will be a review of all reserves, with a report coming back to council.
Councilor McKelvey.
So the next one is short-term rentals. And this is saying that this is going to cost the taxpayers in this budget $20,000. I've mentioned this a few times. I am not supportive of the taxpayers having to pay for a short-term rental program that was adamantly discussed as being user pay. It's not our responsibility to pay for a business to get their license. And we are paying 20,000, and I think it's underestimated because I think we're going to have a whole bunch of legal fees to start fighting these ones that aren't registered. I've mentioned this a few times, $500 a license is not going to cover the costs of doing this program. What are we doing? I'm almost like Councillor Saney, I'll protest.
Well, what was done was a number had to be, we had to come up with some number. It's always difficult when particularly starting a new program. That number was deemed to be the $500. And it's something that will be quickly reviewed if it's not turning out to be adequate. I agree. I don't want taxpayers to be paying for this. But at the same time, it's sort of has to start before we can figure out where we are. Councilor McKelvey.
So we already started last year and cost the taxpayers, I could try and find the number if you want, but it was like $60,000 if you put in the wages, and we're not even covering wages to do this program. So again, regular taxpayers are paying a lot of their taxes towards this program. The least we can do is increase what we think the rent or the revenue will be. Because right now, even at $500, we have to do something. We can't put in here a cost to the taxpayers for this program. That's me talking. I can protest by myself, but
Well, I guess it's really difficult to start. I mean, the $500 was put in there as a number that was discussed at the county also of saying that seems to be fair amount. Our problem is that the way this has developed, we have no idea how many of these there are out there. And so look, most budgeting is an estimate at best. And unfortunately, this one's more of a guess than an estimate. So, I'm willing to change the numbers as soon as we get some idea of what this is really costing us. But
Yeah, I might jump in these frustration, and I would suggest that staff share some frustration as well. I'll be honest, I came into the township and inherited. The township was already well down the pathway with this program with our colleagues. We didn't get the program up and running as quickly as had been promised to us. So we didn't see the momentum quite as much as we had hoped for or planned on in 2024. I think to Councillor McKelvey's question, I'm willing to take this away with staff and bring council a bit of an update in a couple of months when we know more about where we are and how MAT tax is going to fit in and a few other aspects of this program. Thank you.
Mr. McKelvey.
And that's all great. But in this budget, we've budgeted $10,000, so we're anticipating only 20 licenses. So that is against a $30,000 expense. So it's a net $20,000 to the taxpayers. I am going to suggest that that's even low because I think our costs will be, but we need to at least put our revenues up and hope, because this is increasing the levy to the taxpayers in this township $20,000.
Number of licenses.
Through the chair, at last check, we had 22 applicants and licenses issued. And we have just gone through the process of issuing in excess of 190 follow-up letters to places that are operating without licenses at this point. So we're waiting to hear back. And if we don't hear back, then we will be following up with enforcement aspects of it.
Councilor McKelvey.
And that's great, thanks. Enforcement costs a lot of money. We do not have enough money in this budget to do the enforcement. $30,000 barely covers Granicus. We're going to pay them over 20 a year. So I don't think this budget's realistic in the expense side, and I'm sure hoping the revenues are going to be more. So when you say 22 applications,
That's correct.
were most of those last year? We don't have 22 new ones in 25.
No, those were mostly last year.
So do we have any idea of the new ones? this year?
Nothing new so far this year,
Great.
other than perhaps one application. We're hoping that with the letters that have been sent out and the concern about some of the fines that could follow if you're operating without a license, that people will start to flood our inboxes.
I hope so too. Can we
Councillor
add
Saney?
$20,000 to the revenue here? And
Councillor Saney. Yep.
Thank you. I share Councillor McKelvey's concern with this going back onto the taxpayer. And it's a major concern. But we're sitting here at this table with our staff trying to figure out how to deal with the provincial problem, if not more of a global problem. Every single municipality has had to deal with short-term rentals. The amount of money that went in by all of our municipalities, hiring lawyers, making sure the contracts were correct, making sure that we could cover, making sure that we didn't continue to get, calls regarding noise, stealing of wood, bad language, guns shied off across the waters from short-term rentals that think they're in the middle of the nowhere. There's some really good short-term rentals, and it does increase a lot of the business aspects as well. There's small businesses that have taken off because of the services of cleaning or whatever else might be required of the short-term rentals, the shopping locally. There's a give and take overall on this, but the frustration is that this is a new way of doing business through AI, oftentimes, that we have not been able to address as a community and within the province. So we have been spending through every municipality here a whole lot of money. We consulted with City of Kawartha Lakes, Gravenhurst, you name it. We're all trying to Blue Mountain, all trying to do the right policies, follow the same guidelines, be consistent across the board. This is a major problem. And I think what we need is a report back from staff to see how this plays out this year and then what we need to do. But it's also one of those issues that I believe, once again, because every single municipality in Ontario is dealing with this, that it should have been handled at the provincial level instead of all of us individually hiring lawyers at the municipal level. It's very frustrating. So I would agree with Mayor McKelvey that we do not want this to, Mayor, that's good, eh? I'm seeing the mayor sign over here and I'm looking at him. council of a whole, I think all of us, I can say, really don't want to see this on the backs of individual homeowners. It is a business, and there's many lines that this is crossed. One is, would you put a business next to residential? There are so many issues here that we can't handle at the municipal level that we're all trying to deal with. So I would like to see a report back for sure. But I think at this time, it's really too early to say, and we have to put something in the budget to make sure that we are paying attention to this. So that's my,
Look, this has been difficult for the last 6 years. It's not going to resolve itself overnight. But I concur that we need to increase the revenue side of this. If we pick $30,000 for the revenue instead of 10,000, at least then on the budget, we're showing that we're pretty close to zero. But what happens, we have to monitor this closely to make sure that this isn't going too far out of line. And there's, again, because of the MAT tax, because of, first year enforcement may be high, and, the compliance in second year is a lot better. And so, but I would think we have to increase the revenue side of this equation at this point. Everything else, unfortunately, is, I don't want to say too much of a guess, but it's a revenue or an expense that doesn't have a lot of certainty at this point. Councilor McKelvey.
I don't want anybody to think I'm against the program. I think it's a really good idea. Okay, I'm just saying, and I have said for quite some time, $500 is not going to cover. At least if we put $20,000 more revenue, we're covering our hard costs, but we are not touching the costs of the people enforcing this. So taxpayers are subsidized.
Again, everything is speculation at this point, so we'll do our best to keep this the budget sane, and also to ensure this program rolls out as smoothly as we possibly can. But we will need to be checking in on almost like a quarterly basis as to what's going on this. Madam CEO.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think we hear council loud and clear, and we will take the direction to adjust the short-term rental revenues by $20,000. And I think our clerk has a resolution for you.
I was just gonna say, with adding $20,000 of revenue into the budget at this point, the tax increase goes down to 5.4191%. Clarifications.
Councilor McKelvey.
Can we just deal with what the levy increase is before we get to the tax rate increase? If that's, she's quoting a tax rate increase, not a levy increase,
Right.
which is still quite a bit more. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page if we could be.
Okay, I'm not certain I understand your question. I understand what a levy is, and I understand.
Treasurer just gave us a percentage, which is not a levy. I'm just wanting to make sure we're talking the
That's
same.
fine. Okay. Any other questions?
Through the chair, if I could have a mover and a seconder for the.
Councilor McKelvey. Councilor Johansson. People are getting weak before lunch, so the arms go down hard.
So, to those two members of council, basically I've drafted their resolution to direct staff to increase the short-term rental revenue in the amount of 20,000, okay?
Okay.
Moved by Councilor McKelvey, seconded by Councilor Johansson, that council direct staff to increase the short-term rental revenue in the amount of $20,000.
All those in favor? That's carried. Where will you bring us next?
Next would be the water meter reading project. Council had discussed this and have talked about moving this to a grant opportunity if available.
And
I am assuming that the clerk would have a resolution to remove that from the budget.
go ahead.
Through the chair, just to clarify, basically I have it that we received it as information that it directs staff to seek granting opportunities that fully fund the meter reading. Is council comfortable with that, or would you like me to include the wording to remove from the
Include
budget?
the words what?
Sorry, through the chair. The motion is drafted that we receive it as information and that council directs staff to seek grant to full funding, like for full funding for the meter reading. I don't have it in the resolution that we remove it from the budget. I think it's understood. It's
We
not
don't-
in the budget. I just wanted, because we've acknowledged that publicly, I need to. Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives capital project 2503 Public Works and Aqua meter read equipment as information, and that council directs staff to seek a grant to fully fund the meter reading project.
All those in favor? It is carried.
Now we're moving into the water and wastewater rates recommendation. It is the same as the previous information given to council. 2% increase for water and 3% increase of wastewater based on the current water wastewater rate summary.
Any questions? Councilor McKelvey?
One of the questions I have is the asset management plan that we just received that Aqua did in October of 24 is outlining capital items to keep, they've done a projection, which is great, except it's not in this budget for all of them. So I just don't want to have an asset management plan that tells us what and not at least look at it. I'm not saying that every asset management plan, I mean, the one that the township's going to come back and say, we need $6 million added to the levy. That's not going to happen. But we need to look at this because there's things in this asset management plan that's being suggested for 25 that aren't in the budget.
Madam CAO first.
I may just start off and then invite Mr. Timmons to jump in. So I have reviewed with our Director of Public Works and Aqua their proposed plan for 2024. So Aqua, as our water wastewater overseers, has put forward what's before you in the proposed 2025 budget. Councillor McKelvey is correct that often asset management plans give us an ideal level of investment. We also, if you recall my opening statements, we will be doing a new rate study this year. We will be setting levels of service for our water and wastewater assets, and we will be doing that longer range plan. And they will be referring back to this document. I think in the absence of all of that, council, the reason the recommendation is before you is because I don't know what you'd raise the rates to today. You know, there's a lot of information that needs to come before council over the next 6 months that would set us up for the future. One of the questions I asked our water and wastewater overseers, is there anything in the asset management plan that is not included in the 2025 proposed budget that is, you know, an urgent must do? And they were very clear that they were satisfied or confident in their proposal before you. Thank you.
So what I understand, and since Aqua was first hired here in the previous council, I believe that every year they make a recommendation for capital projects, and we have followed that. I assume the same thing is happening this year.
That is
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So everything they've asked us to do, we are doing.
That's correct.
Councilor McKelvey?
We have been putting into our budget the report that Aqua did 4 years ago or 5 years ago. That's all we've been putting in. And that report really outlined that inflationary costs are not taken into consideration, and that will need to be addressed as you go on. So now we have this new asset management plan. So to say we've agreed with Aqua, we've based it on a 2020 or 2021 report, which they said right in it did not include the inflationary things
No,
that we
each
should.
year they give us the list of the projects that they want done.
No, they give us the same report that the township accepted in 21, or find it if you need me to. But, correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Through the chair, what we're basing our 2025 plan on is the year over year cost estimate that they forecast out for 5 years. They give us a fresh one every year, and we work on that year's capital projects as the mayor has stated. And that is what we are proposing as well for 2025, is to tackle the items that Aqua has put forth as capital improvements based on their outlook. I'm not sure your comment about a previous report, but they give us a major maintenance recommendation annually, and that's what we base our capital plan on.
Any other questions? Councilor Singh?
Hi, I'm not sure if this directly relates, but it's something that I would like if we could consider in the future, either Aqua or our staff. And that is the use of our pumping stations for trailers and the water there. That if some way, and being a user of that facility, I'm suggesting this as well, if there was some way that we could contribute to that use of that facility, whether it's a credit card that you flash on the screen to let the water run through, or open up the sewer pipe so you can empty your trailer. I don't know technically how that would work. I don't know if financially it makes a lot of sense to do that. But I know that it's a really important service to keep, because I've met people who would not be coming to Minden and going to our restaurants and stuff if we didn't actually have that service here. So it is a very valuable service. It brings a lot of people into our community. But I'm wondering if there's some way we could use, if there was a mechanism that we could charge something for that, that would help subsidize our services. So it's just something to look into in the future. If we could put that on our list of things to do. Thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
I agree. I brought that up before. I think we looked into, there was no way to actually do like a water meter over here where you put in money. But I did suggest at a previous meeting that we at least put the equivalent of a household cost in our general operating budget to help pay towards the water and sewer systems, because they're a user pay system, and the users of that system are paying for people's poop to get treated, or water that they're using there. Or so if we at least did something in advance of trying to figure out, and I would just suggest we charge the equivalent of a household to ourselves, to at least say, when we get concerns, and those concerns are valid, why am I paying for that? We can say, your system is being charged 1 unit, the equivalent of 1 house, or That's what I would, I mean, it's not going to make a huge difference in the budget for revenue, but it is going to be the equivalent of a household being charged to the general ratepayers, because I don't want to get rid of this, the service. It's a wonderful service to have here.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that would be one of those items that would have to be further reviewed and brought back to council.
Agree, so it's something to be looked at, but it's, well, obviously we're not doing it today. Councilor McKelvey.
The rate study was submitted to council in February of 22 that Aqua did. It was based on 21 numbers and definitely talked about inflation. So, and they outlined the capital costs over a 5-year period, and that's what we've been following. So just to go back to.
Just to be clear, it's for what we've been following because that is generally what they expected to happen. But each year, we take the list. And if there are changes to what would happen in whatever study, we follow the latest recommendation that is coming to us from Aqua each year.
We didn't know that, or I didn't know that. That's not what's in the budget
I
reports
believe
to us.
it is.
Our reports say we are following wastewater and water rate study prepared by Aqua. And it's in our binder. So I'm just saying that there's a difference in this asset management plan.
Okay. Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council approves the 2025 water rate of 2% and wastewater rate of 3% increases effective January 1st, 2025. And that council approves the 2025 water and wastewater operating budget effective January 1st, 2025. And further, that council refers the 2025 water and wastewater bylaws to the February 13th, 2025 regular council meeting for adoption.
All those in favor? That is carried. Treasurer, where do you bring us next?
I guess. I guess I'll bring you to page 18 of 79. We do have other initiatives that were reviewed but not included in the proposed budget. If council wanted to bring any of those items forward.
Council, anything here? Forward, Councilor McKelvey.
Not necessarily anything here, but there's other initiatives. The Riverwalk lights, I know that there was a comment, well, that'll be a further discussion later or more information. I mean, they were vandalized last year. I don't know.
Council MCAO.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is ongoing work that was approved last year, I believe. And if you recall, we'll be bringing updates at our quarterly reporting on any of our ongoing projects.
McKelvey.
Wasn't approved. It was after the budget that the vandalism happened. All we said was that we would like a report back to have different lights than what were there. So, and there's some other ones, Snowden Park, the old fire hall. On the first capital sheet we got, it showed Riverwalk bollards. I'm not sure what that is, but it looks like it's been removed, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak to Snowden Park and I believe the Water Street dock. We indicated at our one of our first meetings that there was much more review that needed to happen on both of those projects. And those will be brought forward to council as future projects. I think we've talked about the old fire hall being part of a bigger review of the downtown area. We can follow up on the Riverwalk lights. I don't know if Ms. McGuigan has a brief update right now.
So through the chair for the Riverwalk bollards, we are working with some contractors because of the changing council asking to look at the different replacements of the lights more into like a lamppost fixture. We have to look at the heights where they are at the bank and whether we're doing a 6 foot or like the different heights of them, because then they can be in the lights will be in the eye line of someone driving in some of the locations. So there is further investigation going on.
Councillor Sandy first.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. So are these lights that have to be on a pole or could they be at the sidewalk level? I know I've observed some of those black lights along sidewalks that are actually you can sit on the block as well as the lights there. Is that in the mixed? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so through the chair, there's that option, the initial bowlers that we have, as well as changing to a lamp post of if we can reduce the amount of like lights that we have, but it is the sight line at the moment.
So in the original capital, it showed Riverwalk bollards. Is that what you were talking about there? Was the Riverwalk light?
Yeah, so what we currently have, they're called bollards.
Or are they?
Yeah.
I think it looks awful the way it is. Would have liked something done.
Councillor Yanis.
It would be wrong of me not to bring up the Bailey barn. I know nobody else is bringing this forward, but what do we do with it?
Councillor Sandy.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Johannesburg. Yes, we have to deal with the Bailey barn. This has gone on for too many years. The committee is looking forward to it. I think we need to do two things. We need to get the inspection to see if we can recover it. I know it's an expense in municipality. I'm also looking at what can we do to recover some of the costs on this. For example, could we set it up as a tourist attraction, do selfies? Can we bring people into town? So we can't just, say we're going to investigate and go on. I think it could have a business plan behind it as well. And as the committee has pointed out, these are things of the local history of agriculture and farming. And it's also going forward an important item in terms of food security. So I think we can bring this forward. I would like to include this in this budget and get this done. It's been going on for many years, see what we need to do. And then at that point, ask your committee for a business plan to say, how can we recoup this? What are the economic values of this? Because it's more than just social and cultural and recognition, but it's also a great business opportunity, and we shouldn't be just putting it down to something that's not actually assisting us financially as well. I think there's great value in this, and so thank you, Councillor Johannesson, for bringing this forward, and I would totally support this being included in our budget. Thank you.
Councillor Ingram.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Saney. This has been sitting on the books way too long. Let's just get it done and figure out what we need to do if we're going to do anything. And if not, then we can put it to bed one way or the other.
Councillor Kelly.
So I just need to understand, is the $5,000 for an engineer to go in and determine whether it's safe? Is that what this is? Because I would really like to see us use a local engineer that'll come and check that for us a lot cheaper.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor McKelvey, this engineering report would be of giving us an idea of what we need to do to ratify the structure or demolition costs. So it gives us both aspects.
Susan?
Yeah, I agree that oftentimes it's nice if we just go in ourselves and figure it out. But, but I mean, locally without putting that out to tender and getting those quotes. And yes, it is expensive, but you also have to remember this is more of a, I don't want to say CYA, but I will, to make sure that what we're doing is safe. And for a business to take that kind of responsibility, they've got to pay for their time, their expertise, and their insurance as well to make sure that what they're recommending to us is going to be safe for the public. And this is a little bit of a tricky building to do. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll put a motion forward to.
Through the chair, I'd propose that this would come from a reserve.
Verification to the Director of Finance. Is it the Cultural Center Reserve?
Through the chair, I believe it would be the museum reserve.
Brenda seconder.
It was Councillor Johansson, Deputy Mayor Shell.
Okay, so I have that council directs the Bailey Barn be included in the 2025 budget and that council directs staff to proceed with completing a structural assessment on the Bailey Barn in the amount of $5,000 to be funded from the museum reserves.
Those in favor? That is carried. Sorry, what will be next? I'm not telling you to go there. I'm just asking what is next.
So, I guess we've been through all of our, follow-up items, I should say. So I just want to circle back, to Councillor McKelvey's question about, the tax rate versus, the levy. So it would be 6.6% and the
Okay,
cap, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to know what you were gonna discuss next. So you're gonna discuss,
I'm just saying at
Levy,
this
yes.
point, with the changes that have happened,
right,
what the impact is, and then we could open it up to any other comments.
okay. Lunch is here. Is 12:28. We will break until 1 p.m.
Okay.
Welcome back. Director of Finance is leading us in the hymns, so please proceed to the next one.
So just to recap from the changes of increasing the $20,000 revenue for the short-term rental area. That is a reduction of the overall tax increase. And then the $5,000 addition of the Bailey Barn report, that comes from the reserve, so that has no impact overall. So the overall tax levy is 5.419%, still 0.84% for the OPP costs increase. And still included is the 1.5% infrastructure levy for reserves, which is 3.0791 for municipal services. So after that recap, I will turn it back to the chair to look at if there's any other
Okay.
changes.
Counselor Sisson.
And just to talk about that 1.5, for that. What is it for, like a reserve, or what was that 1.5?
That's to put money away for infrastructure investment.
So it was 1%, and I think the mayor just brought up that day up the hill that we had another 5, and I don't think we all agreed to that. I'm looking for anything I can get here, so I'd like to put that back to 1%, 100,000.
Counselor McKelvey.
Can we just go back to page 20 of 79, where you talk about your draft surplus deficit, proposed allocations, unfunded projects? Did we talk about this yet?
Through the chair, that's for information purposes for council, which would be still further refined for the 2024 audit that would be coming back to council.
Okay, because like some of these allocations are talking about the building bylaw reserve, and I'm glad to see that you're gonna do that because it's legislative, but I would like to see us add some costs of operation for the building and phones and all that stuff to take into consideration what really should go to the building and reserve.
Could you clarify that?
Okay, so if you look at the middle of page 20 of 70 times, it talks
Yeah.
about proposed allocations.
Mhm.
So we're not agreeing to this today, right? Is that what?
Correct.
Okay, because I wouldn't want to agree to some of these. The building department is supposed to be revenue neutral. So if your costs are this much and you made more in your revenues, it's supposed to go into a reserve. However, I would want more costs of the actual facility taken into consideration before I just put 115,000 in there. The other thing is the OPP reserve, 100,000. I'm not particularly in favor of that one, but the Lachlan redevelopment, I'm concerned that it's going from the surplus as opposed to being put in the levy. Because I was hoping we were going to get $50,000 in the levy so that we have it to go forward with to do something with that Lachlan hall. So we've put $50,000 proposing it to come from the surplus. So then we don't have anything next year to work with. We're going to be just right back to a fight to put money towards the Lachlan hall.
So clarification. So for the building bylaw reserve, that of course is a number that is draft at this time, but I believe that council should look at the OPP rate stabilization, as a conversation, and also the Lachlan redevelopment project, which was already discussed to put $50,000
In the levy. My understanding is we were going to put $50,000 in the levy to make a commitment for the Lachlan hall. So the way it's been done, it's not in the levy. So
So it's not in the levy. So if council wanted it in the levy, that would add to the percentage of taxation raised.
which I'm still hoping down the road, we're gonna be able to look at some of these and make suggested changes. Is that what we're going to,
Suggested changes in terms of what?
some of the operating?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think just a couple of points of clarification. We have provided a lot of resource information in terms of the financial pages, council. I also heard our treasurer earlier today say there would be a report coming forward related to reserves. You know, at that point, I mean, council, if you want to set usage of the reserves or make reallocation, I don't know. I guess for me, Mr. Mayor, we're finished with our follow-up items. I don't know what more council wants to discuss today.
So.
I
um,
think Councillor Sisson has a comment on the table that I don't want to lose sight of.
No, we haven't lost. it. So, look, I think what Counselor Sisson brought forward. The second one is this OPP reserve rate stabilization. So we had a situation this year where we had substantial, depending on where you were in the province, 15 to 30+% increases in OPP rates. Obviously, the municipalities of Ontario were a little concerned, perplexed, outraged, and they went back to the provincial government. I'm sure at the time, which was only about 2 months ago, the provincial government was anticipating that there could be an election. So not a good time to piss off everybody in Ontario. And so they came up with a program to reduce the amount of the levy that was going to each of the municipalities. They also stated that they were going to be doing a review of the whole rate structure for the OPP. Now, the OPP costs what it costs. You know, they had fairly substantial increases in their salaries and remuneration. They still have trouble recruiting, so I don't imagine that's going to be reduced in any way, shape, or form. As to what our levy from the OPP looks like next year, nobody knows. Because the amount they reduced it this year, they didn't specify, you know, that this was a grant or this was a delay or this was a recalculation or whatever. So at this point, nobody knows what it will cost next year. So putting in $100,000 is maybe prudent, maybe totally unnecessary, or maybe not even close to what we need, unfortunately. But at the same time, I hate putting money away for unknowns. I mean, I like there are unknowns that are, with regard to roads or structures or so on, but they're eventually going to deteriorate, and it just comes down to when, and so you need to have reserves and so on. But for this one, yeah, I don't like putting money away for this. So that's one thing I think that's important. The other one that Councillor Sisson brought forward is that, this year, because the county is going through the same situation with infrastructure like the other municipalities, that, the county this year originally proposed to put 2% away to be prepared for these increased capital infrastructure costs going forward. It was decided to go to 1.5. Last year, we put in 1. And we've been working on this budget of going to 1.5 also. Dysart went to 0. I don't think that that's a wise thing to do, but that's, their decision based on what they think their reality is. So I think both of those are certainly worth discussing. The Lachlan one is a little bit different. We can discuss that, separately, but I wouldn't mind talking about those two in particularly if we start with the OPP one. What's the feeling? Councillor McKelvey.
So the OPP did get a substantial adjustment in their collective bargaining process.
Correct.
But it went retro. And my understanding is the grant we received from the province was to help cover that retro. So I don't know, costs are for everybody are going up, obviously, but I don't think you're gonna see that big increase next year. That's just my thoughts. As far as the 100,000 in here, again, this is gonna come back to us when you come back with the reserve recommendations from the surplus. Correct?
Correct.
But it changes the levy.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because if this $100,000 comes out of a reserve, it's being replaced somewhere else.
No, she's
If you-
suggesting 100,000 will come from the surplus from last year.
Right, but if the $100,000 comes from the surplus, that means that 100,000 can't be spent to
Oh,
reduce
yes.
something else.
I don't agree with the 100,000. I want it put towards the debt for the Scotch Line Bob Kitchen Road. That's where I want everything to go there and get rid of that.
Yeah, whatever, but the question is should we be putting that 100,000 aside from the OPP? Anybody else thoughts? Councillor
I
Sisson?
agree, no.
That, that was the OPP reminding me. I still have to drive home. Okay. Is that, sorry, Deputy Mayor. CAO.
I've been a counselor and now I'm the deputy mayor.
Well, I have to go through layers of
Oh.
signs to get to you.
So hearing clearly council's want or direction on removing the $100,000, I guess, to Councillor McKelvey's point. Are you going to leave that with staff or do you want to make a recommendation as to where we realign?
So McKelvey?
I don't think we need to make a recommendation. I think staff's going to hear us here that of the recommendations you're thinking about. 100 to OPP is not going to fly, so you probably would be not putting that on your next recommendation.
Right.
Fair enough.
If that leaves more money to reduce the debt or that, so be it.
And then just if you go back to this building, I think you understood what I was saying, that we could allocate more costs towards that building department operation up there. They don't get insurance allocated, they don't get hydro allocated. So really, there really isn't probably going to be that much of a surplus that we would take from the year-end surplus and put in a reserve.
Sorry. CAO, finance?
Yeah, I think I think we would want to do a bit of a review and analysis of what that those charges may be. I wouldn't know how to tell you that off the top of my head.
That doesn't change the levy. Okay, so. Councillor McKelvey,
It's still the Lachlan,
can we come back to Lachlan?
as long as we do.
Yeah,
that's
well, we
fine.
will. What about the 1% or 1.5%? This is a very difficult situation because it's we know that we have a huge infrastructure gap. And being prepared for it is something that we need to do, but it comes down to what can we afford? Councillor McKelvey?
So the infrastructure levy last year came up, I think, in the last budget meeting. And it was 1%, and I 100% agree with it. The direction staff, as I understood it, was to come back and tell us what project we're gonna use it for. It was not to go into a reserve. So first on the amount, I would be prepared to suggest we go down to 1.25%. But I also want to start using this. I want this to start improving our infrastructure. I don't want to set it in a reserve to do nothing because, and there's the argument you're going to give me that we're going to save up for the big massive bridge 20 years from now, but right now we've got an infrastructure deficit that we need to start working towards fixing because we have nothing in here to do for the streets in town, for instance. I want to start using the infrastructure levy to do infrastructure.
Well, I don't want to be saving for 20 years for a bridge or anything. This is money that's going in for our infrastructure, whether
Absolutely.
it's spent today or 5 years from now, depending on what it is, but it is in a reserve for infrastructure. It's for roads. It's for a lot of things.
So the county was talking about doing this, I know last year, and then they did it again this year, but they were going to put it in a separate reserve, which was actually going to get interest and it was going to compound
Yeah.
and all those good things. So that by 10 years, it was going to be a lot more money. We're not doing that. And like I said, last year, we were supposed to get a report back on what roads infrastructure project we're doing. That didn't happen. It got put in a reserve. I can't, in all good conscience, borrow money and pay interest on the taxpayer's dollar and throw this money in an infrastructure reserve when we should be using it for that infrastructure. You which?
I don't disagree.
Oh,
This way, I'm going to start using triple negatives to make it even more confusing. Councillor Sisson.
I mean, you just said yourself that you don't want to put money away for something we don't know what we're doing. Well, this is it. I know it's an infrastructure dollars, but maybe this year we can't afford to do 1.25. Maybe we can do the one and be happy with it. I mean, we have to try and get to where we want to be here. And I think that's the first place to start right now.
I think I'm pretty certain everybody will at least agree to one. It comes down to whether we should be putting more away. I mean, with the 1.5 was put into the budget at the beginning and it was there as a placeholder. This is the discussion on that. So any other comments, thoughts? Somebody, Bueller?
I agree with,
Sandy.
where this is going in the discussion and the 1%. And I just want to see if on a future agenda, we could talk about what we're going to take to the ministers in August at the conference. And I would even like to see Councillor Sisson maybe even lead the way on the infrastructure issue. And at that time, what's so important about it is we will have the data from our strategic plan, which is very critical, because if we don't have that, it's hard to go forward. But at that time, we will have that information from our strategic plan and infrastructure to take forward to the government and make that delegation directly based on the numbers that we have. And I think what I'm hearing with Councillor Sisson is raising these infrastructure points ongoing, and there's got to be some end to it and have that fulsome discussion about that downloading, how it's affecting us, where we need to go. We don't want to be in the dark with this one, and we got to take it forward. So I would agree with the direction that we're going in now, but I think we have some work to do before the next meetings with delegations.
Yeah. The only thing I would suggest that if, the poll numbers that we saw in the last couple of days are such that the Conservatives get even a larger majority, I'm not sure, getting any delegation might be a real challenge.
To respond,
Yeah.
there is a memorandum of understanding that this is what
Yeah.
happens, and
No,
that's with every
look, I
government.
think it's,
So it will continue. We
Yeah.
just have to make sure that we're just not talking in this room or on Zoom, that people are hearing this in the broader perspective, and we're not alone. Thanks.
And one thing, Counselor Sisson, about, putting in away money that for something we don't know. We do know in this case. I think the question becomes, at the county, the money is being put into a fund that will grow and gain interest and so on. And right now, their investments are paying more than it costs to borrow. So the county would rather borrow than use their own money. Yeah, I think we need to be using this money for our infrastructure that we have right now. It's the question of, being able to, build the road that's going to last 20 years, or build the, fix all these, culverts and so on. I look at what we have outside there this year, and we have, some people call it snow, I call it stored water. And, eventually that water's got to go somewhere. And so, I never want to jinx us, but, we have to be concerned that anything might happen. So we need to be investing in our own infrastructure as quickly as we can. So this is a way of getting some money. Any other thoughts? Councillor McKelvey.
So just so you know, last year's budget, our taxation portion of the capital was $660,000. That's $660,000 towards the capital came from the taxation levy. This year it's 1.149, which I think is great because we're going to start getting these infrastructure projects dealt with, but it's a big job.
Yep.
So I would like to go back to, if we're going to bring that infrastructure levy as a to lower the taxation, then I'd be prepared to leave it at the 1.25. Or I don't care, I'll go to 1, but I really want it to come in to offset the levy and do a project. That project in Lutterworth Ward for Davis Lake is taking $804,000.
And look, we got 1.7 million in Scotch Line, which is infrastructure also.
Absolutely, but
if we can reduce the amount of borrowing there, it pays for itself over many years, right? I mean, interest rates are decent right now, but 30 days from now, who knows where they.
well, and as far as interest rates right now, counties in that one fund, they lost money on that last year's or year before. So the way that market went in the last couple of days, who knows where.
Right.
I think we're locked into GICs, I think, at a set rate. Or we just in our checking.
Through the chair, that's being looked at and will be coming back to council for an investment policy, but currently it's in a couple of different areas.
So going around, for a number of different numbers. I would like it to be more than 1 because I think we have a lot of infrastructure. The 1.25, I think, is a decent compromise. It gets us down close to 5, I would think, on our tax levy. Michelle.
I was just gonna say that I would agree with the 1.25 for this year.
Table, Councillor Sisson, could you live with that? Over on this side? Okay. Councillor McKelvey?
So then that saves us $27,610, but then we could also save another 138 by putting that into a project as opposed to the reserve. So are we doing both? 1.25% of the levy is $138,050.
Right.
Are we going to put that into a project as opposed to putting it into a reserve and bringing down the levy portion of the project?
I, if I were, if looking at it, I think we're only gonna be collecting that money through the year. I would look at reducing one of the larger projects, so we don't have to borrow as much. So whether it be
Okay, so you're gonna put like the 138 into,
Scotch Line.
so it's
or
not gonna do anything for this year's.
Won't do anything for this year. Well, it'll reduce,
It'll reduce the borrowing
Right.
next year and have it in the levy.
and it's a long-term thing, so I think it's prudent.
I think I would suggest that if council reduces it from the 1.5 to whatever you finally decide, that any offset would go to the debt currently for the Bob Cage and Scotch Line projects, which would lessen the impact going forward in 26. But it would still keep the tax rate at what?
Anything we can do to reduce 26 also,
Yep.
to keep that as a reasonable number, because the way things are going with inflation and costs, I don't want to be facing next year that, I don't want to be looking that, reduce the number this year that, only forces us to increase it by more next year. And we're trying to look ahead a little bit. All right, Lachlan. Oh. Counselor Saini. Yeah, you're next.
Just a point of information that when we report our debt ratio to the province, and we're limited on how much that can be, and we're far from it, which is a very good thing. But I'm wondering if that's going to affect our payments from the province if they see a lower debt ratio, which means that, it's a larger picture. If they see it, that we're doing okay, they're less likely. So it's funny that no matter how prudent we can be, it could work against us with getting provincial money. So I just want to bring that to our awareness in terms of our strategy here. Thank you.
I don't want to put us in financial jeopardy just so we can expect that the province will bail us out. However, I just to support your point, though, there was at least one of the delegations that was made to the Minister of Finance this year from one of the rural municipalities saying, look, Toronto has, undertaxed their people for a long time, put themselves into a large deficit, and now are coming to you for a bailout. Whereas all of us in rural Ontario have been trying to be prudent, and, they're going to end up getting the benefit. So it's a real point. But I would like to borrow and as little as possible so that we don't have that, that financial overhead in the coming years. Madam CEO.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask that we have a resolution for reducing the 1.5% infrastructure and be clear on where we're realigning to, please.
Thank you. Other comments? Go ahead.
I can't vote on the percentage till I know what we're doing with it. Sorry, I just need to know, are we going to lower this year's levy with this, or are we putting this in a reserve to be used next year towards financing of the landfill site?
It would be used this year to reduce the amount we would have to borrow.
So we're gonna add to the budget, 138,000 or whatever it ends up being. And we're gonna bring a transfer from, or we're gonna use, no, we're just adding it to the levy instead of putting it into the. So we're not doing anything to try and bring this levy down.
Bringing the levy down by the 0.25%.
Okay, so 27.6 we just saved. Okay. And we're agreeing then that we do it towards the cost of the Scotch Line.
Or one of the other long-term projects, whichever they may be.
We
But
need to
Scotch Line
decide that.
Scotch Line is probably the best.
Landfill, is that what you're talking
Yeah.
about? Yeah.
So I guess I would need clarification of a set resolution that if it's 1.25, the other 0.25, does that stay in the budget in 25 to pay down the current unfunded capital of Bob Cage and Scotch Line, which will impact 26 eventually?
The 2.5 comes out of the
Yeah,
budget,
but right now we have 1.5 already built in.
right?
So if we keep that 1.5 still in the budget, but carve out the 0.25 to pay debt of the unfunded capital now.
Yes, you will have less money to pay.
Okay, that's where I need to be clear of what the intent is. It would just reduce the overall tax impact.
Right. Madam Clerk, you can raise your hand all you want, but I can't see you.
That's okay. I can jump up and down if you want. So through the chair, just to clarify, because I'm not a money person here, so I just have that council direct staff to reduce the infrastructure investment to 1.25% and further that the offset amount be transferred to the Scotch Line landfill project. Is that correct?
No,
No,
no.
just take it out. Oh, so just the first line.
Yes.
Okay, so
Lutheran
is-
Seconder, please.
thank you.
Counselor Ingram, Counselor Singh.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Sani, that council direct staff to reduce the infrastructure investment to 1.25%.
Those in favor? That is carried. Lock.
I believe we have to do the next phase. Right now, we've reduced the levy, but we're putting it in a reserve. We need to decide here that, no, we're not going to put it in a reserve. We're going to reallocate it towards the cost of the Scotch Line transfer station.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Because it reduces our overall,
Doesn't help this year much, but yeah, you're right. It's
Helps-
gonna, gets
helps
it in
for-
the levy and it's gonna be there
helps
then.
for the next 20 years.
Mhm.
That's fine. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure.
Kelly, with the-
The wording, please.
That the infrastructure levy of 138,000.
We'll say the 1.25.
Levy of 1.25% will go towards the 2025 capital expenses. Two 2025 capital expenditures for the Scotch Line Transfer Station project. Instead of the infrastructure levy reserve.
Seconder. Deputy Mayor Shell. Absolutely correct.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that the infrastructure levy of 1.25% be put towards the 2025 capital expenditure for the Scotch Line transfer project instead of the infrastructure levy reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Lachlan Hall.
Go ahead.
When I brought this up at the last meeting and it was agreed that it would be $50,000, in my mind, I'm not going back to look at the minutes, but in my mind, it was going to be levy. So that again, it would be in there and it would be there every year, used towards the Lachlan Hall redevelopment. And then eventually it would be paid off and that $50,000 would then go to some other big project. Hopefully it's not the old fire hall, because that's a little ways down the road, but now we're taking this out of the reserve. Staff has come back with this coming from reserve, so it's a one-time thing. And what do we do if we're gonna develop the Lachlan Hall? We have no other money in this levy to get towards that.
Well, we would have to borrow. Which doesn't affect our 2025.
I know, but it's not what I wanted. I wanted a commitment from this township to put towards the Lachlan Hall, and we're not committing anything.
But
We're just throwing it from a reserve.
we just what?
Just throwing it in from a reserve.
Because we said that we wanted to go and look at what were the possibilities for the redevelopment. Whether it was, you know, sharing it with some other, say, public
know what we
government
did.
agency or so. So we don't even have the project in front of us to really say it's gonna cost us X amount of dollars. So, I mean, I think money is here. We're, you know, we're putting the money forward, but then we would have to decide, look, it's not going to be completed in time this year that it will affect our 2025 budget. It would go into 2026. I mean, I don't want to add it to the levy. Because I don't want to put the taxes on everybody at this point till we decide what it is we're going to do. You know, if this is something that's shared with housing, you know, there could be grants and things like that we might get. So it's really difficult to try to determine when there's no project in front of us. Councillor Sami?
Yeah, I can agree with the sentiment behind this, but I think that there are so many moving parts that we have and competing demands that we can't make those kinds of decisions right now, because there's other kinds of things that are just as important or as important. Sandy Bay Road improvements, like that's been outstanding for a long time. I could, you know, Lachlan Center, we could keep naming these, our old fire hall. I don't want to trap us into making decisions now when we have a whole lot of other things that we need to weigh and bring forward. So I'd like to keep that more lucrative in terms of potential. If we have it when we need it, I want to see what our business plan is going to be like with, particularly if there's a partnership happening with the Lachlan Hall. So we've just got too many moving parts, I think, to start earmarking things at this point. Thank you.
Comments?
Okay, so is there any other adjustments or would not?
So where does that put us right now?
So that puts us at an overall 5.1898, reducing the OPP increase of 0.84 and the infrastructure levy of 1.25. So the municipal portion of operating would be 3.0998.
The tax levy, the tax increase is what the Director of Finance is giving us the number on. But yes, it's always difficult because when you talk about the tax levy and then you talk about the tax increase, they're different because there is a growth factor in that the total value of properties in the municipality has increased year over year. So the tax rate is always lower, but the number for the taxpayers is what the Director of Finance is stated. So we're at 5.1.
898.
5.2%.
Yeah.
Councillor McKelvey.
So can we just keep going here on each of these pages and make proposed suggested changes? Can we?
What, I. What other changes, I mean, are you referring to? So you want to be going line by line through the
Not
department?
line by line, but I have suggested line items that could change.
And you sent those to staff?
I sent a lot of stuff to staff, but that doesn't seem to be what's happening here. So are we going to go through this or not? I have other saving opportunities. Do you want to hear them or not?
I guess. The question is that, are they significant or what are we?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, if you want to, council is being reduced. And I don't think it should be. I got slaughtered the year I reduced it. So just saying, we discussed at the last meeting that mileage really should be included in these things. We have extra people going to conferences, but I don't care. You don't want to. The next one is the POA shortfall. We, well, okay, maybe we better go each page then. Committee of Adjustment is the next page. It's on 24 of 79. Committee of Adjustment is costing the taxpayers money and it goes back to the fees.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might just ask Ms. Doherty if Committee of Adjustment fees are part of your March follow-up report.
And are they going to go up? So can we increase the revenue in here to try and? Yeah,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to clarify that the projected revenue for minor variances currently, I have considered what I would be recommending for an increase. So that increase is already considered towards the revenue.
so if that's the case, then we're subsidizing minor variances. The information technology on page 27. Last year, we were given a lot of details from the county on this, and that's where we decided that some of it was one-time costs. And we were going to pull from a reserve for those one-time costs. I see they weren't spent, so I wouldn't mind knowing some detail on the $131,000. A lot of money. Maybe it's something we want to say differently.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can always follow up with Mr. March. I know our Director of Finance Treasurer met with Mr. March to go through his budget. A lot of it is aligned with the digital transformation or digital strategy. So most of the projects that they're working on are coming from that digital strategy that was before council earlier this year. But we can ask Mr. March to come to a future council meeting and give a presentation.
My concern is today, in doing a budget, I was just trying to find out if there's a way to bring something, if it's one-time cost. That's all I'm trying to do. Next page is policing. And I know you told us that the POA revenue at City of Kawartha Lakes isn't going to make enough money to give us any, but they might give us a little bit. I read in the paper from the Police Services Board that the traffic charges, I'm on page 28 of 79. The traffic tickets are going way up. I think the percentage was like twice as much or something. Well, if it's correct, then our POA revenue should come up. Having said that, we still may have to fight with powers to be south of us, but we had in the past taken money from the restart funding that everybody received for COVID. And I know it's not a bottomless pit, but could we consider bringing some of it or the 35 this year to try and cushion this a bit so that next year maybe we will have actual POA revenue?
So through the chair, as of yesterday, the POA person from Kawartha Lakes had emailed me saying that 2024 will be in a deficit position, so we will not receive any funds for 2024. So we're not anticipating receiving any funds for 2025. So in the previous budget of 24, that cushioning happened. So we have to realize that that revenue is a non-existent revenue at this point in time.
So we have no safe restart money left, is that what you mean?
There is monies within the reserve, but usually you don't offset too much of the operating costs from a reserve. It's more for capital type things. I can comment that the COVID funding was all reported on a couple of years ago and closed off, so it's all in the reserves.
So, but the safe restart money may be in a reserve, and I agree, you don't use reserves for operating. But this is money that came from, this isn't a reserve per se, it may be put in a reserve, but it was funding to help offset some of the costs that were going to happen with COVID. And one of these things was this POA revenue. So I believe there's still money left from that safe restart money that we could bring in to help offset some of this.
That would have to be a further investigation of going back and seeing how the reporting was done on the restart funding.
That's what saying.
Yeah, I think eventually we're going to get quarterly reports for finance. Is that correct? Because some of these are moving targets. I appreciate we're trying to bring down the costs of our taxes as much as possible, but then there's other things in here that I see are probably going to go up. So I think that's going to end up balancing, and that's why the importance of a quarterly report and instead of trying to get all of these kind of items right now down to a point where then we don't have that kind of margin of going up and down. I think the quarterly reports will really help us to, stay on track and see what we're doing. We are in very volatile financial situations. Looking forward to getting these tenders out as soon as possible before the economy starts to change with tariff threats and things like that. So I think we got to look at some of that broader picture at this point and then see how some of these pluses and minuses go up on a quarterly basis. But I'm hoping that we can get this going so we can get those tenders out ASAP and get some of our staff back to work and carrying out these budgets at this point in time. So that's my perspective on this. I know that there's probably some other really, possibilities, and I'm sure staff will be continually looking at those as we go along, but thank you.
Councilor McKelvey.
Okay, so that's a no. Page 34 of 79 is the cemetery. We've had an increase to the levy in the cemetery operations by almost $40,000. I believe, and this was one of the questions I put forth to staff. Other services is the grass cutting contract, and we've left it in here, but included the wages for new staff to start cutting the grass. So there should be a $25,000 reduction.
So through the chair, the other services was the actual internments of the burials plus the grass cutting contract from 24. So that's why it's staying the same in 25, because we still have the burial interments to do.
Cause just the background for you, the 25.5 was the contract grass cutting. So we've left in the 25.5 for and we're not doing the grass. Like, we've put this up $40,000. That can't possibly be necessary, is it?
So there was an adjustment that was captured in the cemetery with the two students with council's agreement to bring grass cutting in place. So that
Right.
was the adjustment of the internal.
But the budget for the actual contract for the grass cutting has to come out in exchange, right?
So I can't comment to exactly where the previous director of finance put it, but I know that the actual costs were going in other services for both grass cutting and burial services.
I'm just looking here, there's something in finance I was hoping, but really it seems like a waste of time, so.
That would be page 50.
So in the finance, and I realize what you're doing is you've brought the supplementary taxes up as a revenue, but what we used to do was budget the subs as a revenue, the same as the write-offs, so that really whatever you made extra in those supplementaries was going to be money that you knew you'd have for a rainy day, so to speak. I prefer it goes back to that way. But I'd also would like to look at some of these other revenues for bank interest and penalty on taxes. I think they could go up, and I'm just wondering what other revenue is.
So just a comment on that, I would caution on the bank interest because we don't know. We're always conservative in that manner with that revenue item, but also for the penalty interest, I'm going to be bringing forward a new collection policy for taxes, which may impact that. If we collect more taxes, you're not going to see that penalty and interest high.
But you should see your bank interest go up too, because you'll have more money in the bank, so.
Just to that point, basically the taxes receivable is taxes that are previously budgeted for that we have to pay the county and the school boards for. So that's money that we are holding as well, because we always pay out the school board and the counties right away by legislation.
Don't wake me up.
So I know I asked this earlier and I still don't understand how the previous budget for the fire department, we were gonna paint all these hydrants. And we were gonna hire students to do it. But now they're saying we're not doing that, which is great, but the numbers didn't go down, I don't believe. The other thing I need, the reserve summary says we're putting $40,000 in the emergency preparedness reserve. But this says 20,000, which I'm glad we've dropped that. The new consultants line, I just wanted to know, is that for flow testing? Chief says yes. And we haven't shown the $50,000 grant in here. But we haven't shown the boat as an expense, is that? Security system at the landfills, is there any information we could get on that?
So through the chair, historically, the security systems in the waste management was the contracted services for the waste management company, but that's now in-house, so that's that line item is just for security cameras at the landfill sites now. That has nothing to do with the contract. I defer to the manager.
So through the chair, this line item will be for our current security system that we have, and then any upgrades to the new Scotch Line transfer station. It would also help in the event we needed to upgrade any fencing to help with our security at the sites as well.
Tipping fees in Inglesby have dropped. Is that because we're not collecting brush there?
So in that line item, there was a reversal of some invoices there, so we had to capture that.
So we've lowered the budget by $7,500. Is that because of?
So historically, there is an agreement with Highlands East, where they have residents that use our Inglesby transfer station, and then we have residents that use the Glamorgan transfer
Right.
station. Essentially, the two agreements and the associated pricing with them are a wash. So we had invoiced Highlands East prior to me starting in this role, and they never paid that invoice, but we were never paying them either. So we just reversed that invoice. So that's why. That
So
reflects.
next year that might go up.
We're reviewing that agreement with Highlands East right now and collecting data to see the usage at the Inglesby site from Highlands East residents, and then Minden Hills resident use at the Glamorgan transfer station, and then we'll decide on if we need to amend that agreement and what that would look like for costing. And then we would come back to council.
Are we going to add the water and sewer rate for the dumping station to general? Do you need a resolution for that?
Sorry, what we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
I think we need some sort of report or some guidance on exactly how we're gonna do that.
Can't we just do the equivalent of a house? Charge to the general?
The mayor?
You go ahead.
Yeah, I recommended that we ask the staff to come back with some proposals. There's 1,001 ways that it could be done. Some are technical, some are what that might be. So we really have no clue. They might even have an idea of how much it's used or not used. It's related. Maybe it's 5 houses, maybe it's a half a house. I don't know. But I think we should need to wait for council to receive a report back from the staff on that. And there's going to be a cost of implementing it too that we'll have to consider. So thank you.
Through the chair, staff has actually indicated that in our notes, that that's an action item to come back. Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey?
So we're sitting at a tax levy increase of 6.35%. Is that? I'm not content with that. I'm assuming that Councillor Saney wouldn't be, because she gave us very compassionate talk last meeting about we can't increase the taxes. So I'm just trying to figure out where we're, has anybody else got some ideas, or is everybody else content with?
Sorry,
this?
what exactly is your, is,
Are you
issue?
content with 6.35% tax levy increase to the taxpayers?
Deputy Mayor Shell?
I don't think I'm content with it, but I think it's reality of the way the world is right now. Staff have spent many hours and council spent many hours going through this. I think what's been put before council is what is required from staff to get moving on the 2025 operations of the corporation. And do I like the number? No, but I think it could have been a lot higher as well. So I'm prepared to accept it as it is, knowing that we're going to be getting quarterly reports from the finance department moving forward. And I'd like to see some of the tenders get out sooner than later, so that we have some competitive bidding, and maybe some of these numbers we've been shown might not actually be what we're looking at. So that's just we could sit here for another 6 meetings and continue to do this, but I think we're going to have to each decide where we're comfortable to settle. I mean, we're all ratepayers too. So that's just my opinion.
Well, and I also think that, yes, you talk about this 6.3, but I'm looking really at what is going to the taxpayer. We're at 5.2%, and 2% of that is 0.8, which is the policing, and the 1.25, which is a number that we are assessing so that we can keep our infrastructure strong. I mean, we are down to what, 3.1
rounded up.
3.1%. There are not many businesses that are going to be able to go from year to year at 3.1%. I think staff has done an outstanding job at keeping these costs down. Again, I'm not willing to sacrifice our future to have a short-term savings now. Am I happy? No, I'm not happy, but I think that the 5.1% is a reasonable number that people will have to accept to keep this municipality strong. Councillor McKelvey.
My only concern is I feel we can look at some of these revenues and bring it down. I really do.
Councillor Saney.
Thank you. Yeah, we could keep looking at it, but every moment that we're sitting here, our staff aren't working and getting going with the tenders and things. I really think that the cost of what we're saving for some of these fees is less than cost effective when we look at how much it's costing us to sit here and have special meetings, et cetera. I would like to get on with this budget, get our quarterly reports. I also think that, it is voting time at provincial and federal levels. Like, this is the time to vote, not just pay your taxes, but to vote where this infrastructure money is coming from. So get out there, question the candidates. This is a really critical issue at a very critical time. We're really pinched. I don't like 5.2% either. I'd like it to not be any more than inflation, if we could even do that. That's not going to happen as long as we keep getting these downloads. So it's time for the public to get educated on why we are having to increase this. It's time for us to take action, because we're elected to do that, to raise with our politicians at the provincial and federal level, to take the deputations forward and saying, look, this is what you're forcing us into. This is our population. This is how many people in Halliburton, Minden are on fixed incomes. This is how many people that have small businesses, and this is how it's affecting our small business. So we've got a responsibility here at council not to tear apart what we're seeing our staff doing, but more of a responsibility to talk to the province and the places where our money is going to say, look, you can't keep taking this money and investing it in underground railway or underground highways, et cetera, at a provincial level when we're dealing with housing. So I'm ready to pass this budget. I want to see us all back to work. And I don't think there's enough here to really make a big difference. I think, we're looking at small issues. I think the staff know, they've done their research. I have seen, the business plans talked about by some of our heads of staff that aren't necessarily all brought to council, but are dependent upon us approving these numbers. So I think it's really important that we know staff are trying to do their best. We want to bring down these taxes as much as possible, but there's only so much we can do to be responsible for the infrastructure, and the other costs we have here. So I'm ready reluctantly to pass the 5.2% that's been proposed here. And I think it's more important that we get back to and get those tenders out and get moving on this before we see more changes in the world right now. Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey?
Okay, I'm just going to say one more time. We could add $100,000 in bank interest. It's not peanuts. As far as the rest of the staff, if you want them to leave, they can, Councillor Sini. It's going to cost the same amount of money to have me here till 5 o'clock as it will if I leave now. I don't think it's responsible to not try to bring these taxes down when we could look at things. And $100,000 is a big chunk of change. So I think we could bring this down.
So what exactly is your $100,000?
Bank interest is being budgeted here at 500,000. We made 689 last year. And was the December entry made?
Through the chair, the December entry was made, but there is still allocations that need to be made to other departments from that amount.
I've heard from our director of finance, they've looked at it. Yes, she said that they take a conservative approach to monies that we might get from interest and so on. So I defer to our staff because everything else will just be our opinion here, which is, they've studied it. They're the people we hired to do this. So if we get more money than we anticipate, it'll come off the cost of some operation costs. So I don't see how this is a terrible thing. I think the number is what it is, and it's at least, compared to the, going into this budget, I was worried that we'd be in double digits at one point. When we had it down to 9, then we got it down to 8, and we've got it down now to 5. I think this is as good as we're going to be able to do at this point. It is a budget. It's not an exact science. And I too would like to get everybody now to accept the budget and to move forward and get the projects done that we've got listed in this budget. Councillor Sisson.
I agree to a point, but if we do get $100,000 more interest, it's not going to bring the taxes back down. Today, you're deciding to raise it 5% no matter what. And if we make an extra 100, then they go somewhere else. It's not going to drop the tax bills. And the quarterly reports aren't going to drop the tax bills, the percentages today. So today you're going to accept this, not even knowing fully well what might happen in 3 months when we get a report. It definitely won't drop the percentages.
Absolutely. And we may only get $200,000 worth of interest. And that's not going to change anything either. The problem is that if we get an extra dollar or an extra $100,000, that will come off our operating costs. It won't affect people's taxes this year, but it will affect them next year. So, I don't want to say it's a guess, but it's the best estimate, and we need to be conservative on some of these numbers. We just can't throw in numbers that will make people feel good. We're being prudent and doing what's best for the municipality. Any other questions?
Resolution.
Go ahead.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Sani, that council acknowledges receipt of report 2504, finance, budget and business plan follow-up, and that council directs staff to bring forward the bylaws to adopt the budget, 2025 tax rates, and water and wastewater rates to the February 13th, 2025 regular meeting.
All those in favor? Is carried. Confirming bylaw?
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that bylaw 2522 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its special meeting February 4th, 2025, be received first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? Is carried. Adjournment?
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, be it resolved that the February 4th, 2025 special council meeting is hereby adjourned at 2:10 p.m.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everybody, for who's listening in. You won't see us now for over a week, so don't get too lonely, and we'll see you then. Bye.